There you go. There you go, Mike. Go ahead and start.
Yeah, let me give the people a chance to sit down. When we do get started, I've got the people from BOCES next on the list. You got three of them: Dan Meyer, Carolyn Connor, Taylor Jones. Are any of those on the internet, or some of them here? Dan's here. So come forward.
Load seats up.
We got 2 out of the 3.
You have
Okay.
2 out of the 3, yes. Chairman,
Okay, we'll
member-
go ahead and get started. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay. I'm going to pull up my, please work. All right. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for having us here today. We were asked to, first of all, my name is Daniel Mayer. I'm the Executive Director for BOCES 5.
Carolyn Connor, Director of Northwest BOCES in Thermopolis.
And Taylor Jones could not make it. He had an emergency he had to tend to, so it'll be us too. We will be inviting community partners to come up, I think just for the sake of time, since we bridged that. We are by statute in the education side, but we really serve outside of the school in a lot of the programs that we provide. We were asked to just discuss what our role in the mental health services in the state are. So I wanted to briefly go through some of that and talk about some of the information or some opportunities that we see from our eyes. One of the big things that we want to get out of this is recognize that we are integral part of the comprehensive educational system in Wyoming. We want you to understand how we are addressing some of the mental health needs of our students. And appreciate that Wyoming BOCES have the experience, expertise, and evidence to assist in finding solutions for the mental health issues of our youth. Our current reality is we are serving 119 youth between the 3 facilities. This will be a good time to differentiate. We have a lot of BOCES in the state, and a lot of them work with higher ed, so there's a differential. The 3 residential BOCES, we often call ourselves, really focus in the area of special ed and special ed services. Most of the other BOCES, or there's BOCES that are doing early childhood, and there's BOCES that are doing higher ed. So our focus is really in this special ed, mental health area. DFS comprises 30 to 50% of residential placements in the past. Currently, we're seeing it about 20 to 30% between our facilities. Our students, one of the things, our students' population has really changed, and we're not sure if people are aware of that. Years ago, we would see cognitive impairment students. They had a lot of physical limitations, comorbid disabilities. We really focused on the school to maybe assisted living, support needs, really looking at that lifetime. Our students now have really changed, and we're serving more of a mental health population than that traditional, and I'm using in air quotes because for using archaic language, but handicapped kids from the day. So our programs have really shifted from that because our schools were able to have really been able to develop programmings in there where we weren't needed. When we were established, it was to provide those services that the schools were not able to provide, and this was in the 70s. This is when schools were first required through IDEA to educate disabled students, and so their capacity at that time was limited. As years have gone on, and by the reports that you heard this morning, they've increased their capacity to serve very complicated students within the schools, which required us to shift our programming. So now you can see typically it's upper age students, middle school to high school age students. We are serving few 5 to 12 years of age, and we're receiving, and some of us have received referrals for preschool students, predominantly male, and we're getting an increased number of females. Identified with special needs services, oftentimes have an IEP, multiple behavioral issues, academically and behaviorally challenged, can no longer be served in the local school district due to increasingly complex and intensive needs. And our students come from the entire state of Wyoming. How do we help students? Effective programmings. So a big, and the next slide will be, it's really in the special ed continuum, when you hear words like free and appropriate public education, FAPE, and LRE, the least restrictive environment. And my next slide will talk more about that LRE continuum. We have community and regional options. We're trying to efficiently share resources that we have and support special ed services in the more rural areas. Our benefits, we serve really complex needed students in our programs, eliminate inappropriate placements, and our goal is to allow students to stay in their communities. When we talk about LRE, this is always a nice slide that I like to share when we're presenting because it gives a good visual representation of where we fit in the educational continuum. And so again, when you're talking special ed, free and appropriate public education, there's a requirement of least restrictive environment. The first three areas in the school, you have separate day schools, residential treatment facilities, and you can see hospital, institution, homebound instruction. Something important, every time I present this, they're like, how is home more, restrictive than, let's say, a residential placement? Least restrictive environment in special education world is really access to their same age peers. That's how they gauge that. So in our day schools, in our residential programs, we do have other students that will be, so that environment, when you're in home, you cannot be served even with your peers. That's more restrictive than in a residential. How do we help local districts? We do professional staffing service contracts. We do staff training in behavioral issues, staff monitoring and mentoring. We were talking, BOCES 5 has worked with several schools to develop school psychologists through internship and develop them to go in. So we support where we can. We also take interns from mental health, like from the University of Wyoming. We're a site where students can get internships. We do a lot of behavioral consultation and training across the state, professional development in varied areas, and Safe Student Alliance program, which is a $2 million grant that we partner with the WDE, and we're awarded to do behavioral threat assessments when kids are making threats in schools. We were able to write a grant to be able to train every school in Wyoming, and we're currently in the process of going out and training and then provide qualified staff for school districts. Some opportunities, I'll go through these quickly. A lot of these have been said. I think the first one is big. create a systematic, this has been mentioned, I feel it needs to be mentioned again. We need to create a systematic approach to provide mental health support for youth based on a continuum of needs from early intervention. It was said again, yesterday was very tied in. I've attended both governors' mental health summits. The last speaker really emphasized early intervention to prevent mental health issues. And so I think that just bears to be repeated, to prevention of services, to when we actually have to triage and really provide what you say for those really high need students. Possibly could provide a variety of regional placements and services to keep kids in the community, to support kids when they're in crisis. Look at different credential requirements for educators, law enforcement, to include more of a mental health training. Are our teachers coming out prepared to deal with the mental health issues and other professionals? Provide options for sharing best practices and training with parents, educators, law enforcement, medical staff. Today, E may not be as, it sounds like we're starting to monitor the mental health needs of our youth on a statewide basis. That seems to be happening more. Some considerations: develop stable funding for all levels of mental health care, from prevention to intervention through transition. Involve representatives from all three BOCES when determining mental health needs of Wyoming youth. I think we have something to offer with working with such behaviorally challenged and mental health. I think some of the approaches, not necessarily that we need to be there running it, but I think some of the approaches we have may be beneficial or could be part of the conversation. And consider recommendations from recent reports supporting the work of BOCES, ensuring a full range of educational options are available for Wyoming students and Wyoming communities. What if we reframe the educational system? What if we become more than just 48 independent school districts? We view ourselves as a network of educational solutions for our students, which include schools at the local, solutions for our students, which include learning at school districts, living at home, learning at specialized day schools that keep students in their communities, and learning at residential facilities which provide transitional long-term care, and develop a continuum of mental health care for our students. I took this from the first presentation. I was in 2016 when I joined the executive director that I was replacing, and this is how she started her presentation to the JEC. And it was, her idea was to keep Wyoming tax dollars in Wyoming, keep students, Wyoming students in Wyoming, and keep Wyoming jobs in Wyoming. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is these unmet needs and trying to develop services so we're not sending kids out of state, we're keeping them in the communities. I think that's our ultimate goal. And to close, Wyoming BOCES are a crucial part of our educational system. Participating in the challenging work of educating all students and partnering with the districts and state agencies to provide the needed services. At this point, we can stand for any questions that you may have from us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for being here and presenting. A couple things we talked about earlier, especially with Medicaid, when we talk about where funding comes from, obviously from school districts, but can you charge Medicaid school-based services in BOCES at 5?
Right. Representative Berger, currently we are able to bill for the medical Medicaid services, and the expansion of the school-based services, we're not currently allowed to bill through that system as of yet.
Follow up. Now that you're an LRE, will you be able to do that because you're an LRE, or is it still there's still some hurdles to do that? LEA.
That was the goal. That was one of the goals in making that statutory change, was to be able to look for those fundings and expand that. Some preliminary conversations, seems like there might be some roadblocks initially, but we're going to continue to work with Department of Health and other agencies to be able to, we can maximize those dollars, because a lot of our students would qualify. We have psychologists, school psychologists, who we currently cannot bill for because they're not a medical placement. So the school base actually expands the people that we can bill services for, who we currently are not able to. anything to add to that, Carolyn? Okay.
My prejudice is, and I don't have a strong factual basis for it, and so I'm going to ask you whether I'm way off base or not. My prejudice is that the increased number of severe cases you're seeing in the mental health, that sort of area, are a tragic byproduct of the breakdown of our family life in the society and the epidemic of drug use among the parents. Is that accurate, or is there what else is going on?
Chairman, I don't know if I would summarize that. I think our students come to us for a variety of reasons. We have students that are placed with us that have intact families and are very supportive of that, and they're just needing that additional help. We also have students who are with us 365 days a year because they don't have a parent. They don't have someone in their life that is a guardian or even a parent. So that spectrum of students that we serve goes from students who are DFS is their guardian, I guess, to a mom and a dad who have a very challenging daughter or son who needs extra support because of their complex disabilities or mental health needs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go to, are your beds or are your facilities at max capacity right now? Or are you taking more kids, or are we turning kids down in Wyoming, or that are from Wyoming schools? Are you having to send those out? What are some of those challenges that we need to really take a look at with BOCES and with serving our kids and keeping them in Wyoming?
Chairman, currently we are certified. We were visiting in the back when the DFS was putting up the beds for BOCES, and we were commenting on how many licensed bed, and we were trying to calculate. We thought that was a high number of how many actual, like just in the BOCES arena, that was, we are licensed for 45 beds per DFS. That's who licensed us to be able to do that. Currently, because of our facility needs, we are only able to take 30 kids. Our facilities were not designed to take the complex mental health students. I believe I've shared that with this committee. So it's really maxing our capacity. So currently we are at a max capacity. Just to give you some context, we turned down in 2021 in that year, we had 37 inquiries. We took 15. We declined 11. 4 because we had low staff, and 7 just kind of dropped out of the radar. In 2022, this is just BOCES 5, we had 43, and now we already have students in placement. So these are new referrals coming to us. We had 43 referrals. We had 15 admissions of those. 9 were just dismissed or referred to another agency. We were able to, it wasn't because of low staffing, and 19 were canceled out. And so far in 23, we're up to 18. We're not halfway through the year. We've admitted 11, we've declined 6, and 1 has been no referral. So we get calls often for our services, and it's right now we are at a max capacity to be able to really serve those, at least on the residential side. Carolyn?
Yes, similar figures in Thermopolis, but we're on a smaller scale. Our maximum is 18. We have 12 students right now, which is the highest we've been in the last 3 years. We've had a lot of issues with finding enough staff, competitive wages, and we believe in staffing more and less medication. So some of those factors in. So we do have beds and classrooms available, but we want quality staff, as Dan said. A lot of training, a lot of expertise, high expectations for a low salary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wasn't sure who you were pointing at, so I just wanted to make sure. Maybe to the both of you, one of the concerns that we've heard from this committee all 7.5 years that I've been on it now is that we tend to attract high needs, special needs students because of our 100% disability and special ed coverage costs. Do you guys notice that the kids that you guys receive into your facilities are coming from out of state? Is this people that have been here for a while, they're just entering into the school system? I'm just trying to find out, it's anecdotal what we hear a lot of times, but I'd just be kind of curious from those that are on the ground, what you guys are seeing on a regular basis.
Chairman. Representative Brown. I'm not sure if I know the answer to that. I don't know if I know the detail. I don't know of any case where a family moved in and then we had that referral. I would have to talk to the school district. I think the school districts would know that information more. I don't know if we know it on that level, how long they were always there, if they've come in.
And the only reason I'm asking that is with you guys taking on the exceptional cases is what I would consider this. It might be interesting data for us to have, just considering you guys are taking on that exceptional level of care and education, resources that the school district cannot handle in a lot of cases. So it might be worth looking into it if you guys have the time. I think the committee would probably benefit from having that information. But I certainly would say, don't go spending weeks and days on this to figure it out for us. But I do think it would be beneficial for this committee to understand whether or not this anecdotal discussion that we have all the time, that people are moving in just to get our special education services provided, whether you guys are actually seeing that replicated in fact, in your guys' locations would be helpful.
Some of that here in Casper, had contacts with it before the Campbell decisions. So you can't necessarily blame all that on the 100% reimbursement. We had a good special ed system before that.
Chairman?
Okay.
Yes, I will go back. I've never even inquired on that. So I would definitely go back and see what I can dig up and find, and I'll definitely look into it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Available for questions.
Next I've got my list is Andy Somerville with the status. And after that, we're going to take any general public comment we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with your permission, I'd like to invite my colleague Bruce from WISA up just for the sake of time. Mr. Committee, Andy Somerville, Executive Director for WAMSAC, the Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Centers. Thank you for having us here today, and I will try to be brief. In short, we are the providers and the partners, one of the groups that is working with the K-12 system and has been for a few years before this discussion started, but those efforts have significantly intensified. So WAMSAC is made up of the 2 PRTFs in the state, St. Joe's and WBI, as well as the 10 community mental health centers. Those 10 community mental health centers provide services in all 23 counties across the state, and those services are outpatient mental health, outpatient substance use, residential mental health, and residential substance use. So where we really factor into this discussion is that K-12 continuum and access, and how we best work with our K-12 partners to expand that continuum so that we can create the best access that's there. We currently work with a number of the school districts on AWARE grants and other Department of Education partnerships in process. Some of those are in person, some of those are telehealth. It's a little bit of everything at the moment with the different grant programs that are out there. There's also some direct community relationships where a school district without a grant or special program is working with their community mental health center to provide those types of services. In terms of supporting K-12 health, and I won't go over all the information and data you guys already got about the issues that are going on, There's a few things that I want to mention. The workforce challenge is a big conversation on the mental health side in terms of how we do this in Wyoming and how we maximize our resources. So I think the question, and I think you heard it from some previous folks, is what needs to be in the schools, and then how do your community providers, whether it's community mental health centers or private providers, how do we best continue that? So if there is somebody notices that something is going on, whether it's a school counselor or a school psychologist or a teacher or whatever, and they flag it and they do maybe some critical intervention right there, we need to work better with K-12 to make sure that they have access to resources to move those longer term services out into the community. And I want to be clear, I'm talking about everything from basic outpatient, where a student might need counseling for depression or something like that, all the way up to there's more serious issues up and including potential residential treatment placement. The community mental health centers have started to be involved in those 10 to 15 high needs kids every year as well. So we're kind of in the entire continuum along with our partners here with WISA. So the workforce challenge is important. We have a finite number of mental health professionals. The last 3 years has hit that profession incredibly hard. The number of providers that left voluntarily because the crisis calls got too many, too frequent, too bad, they burned out, was significant. We had a number of providers, both on the private and in the community mental health center, that left to take administrative jobs. To be quite honest, we don't produce enough providers through the University of Wyoming to replace the ones that have left. That's a separate issue I won't put on the docket today, but that is a challenge. So we need to be very strategic in our opinion about who we're placing where and how we're maximizing that continuum. I also want to bring up to the committee behavioral health redesign. The director of the Department of Health mentioned it earlier, but I think it's worth just renoting in this conversation. July 1 of 2024, behavioral health redesign for the community mental health system will go into effect with the legislation that this legislature passed a few years ago. One of the priority one, tier 1 categories is children and families at risk. I'm just going to quickly read these 3 descriptions because I think they're important to this discussion. These folks, as of July 1 of 2024, will have priority access to the community mental health system. So it's any child who's been discharged from an acute psychiatric facility or psychiatric residential treatment facility within the previous 6 months and their immediate family members as defined by rule of the department. Second one is a child or parent, legal guardian, or other immediate family member of a child as defined by rule of DFS who has been referred to a behavioral health center by the Department of Family Services for treatment of a mental illness or substance use disorder, and the treatment is necessary to prevent the removal of the child from the child's home or to reunify the child with the child's family. The third one is a child who has been referred to a behavioral health center by a youth crisis center, a school, a primary care provider, a licensed therapist, or law enforcement officer for treatment of mental illness or substance use disorder that impacts the child's life. That's a significant change in policy. While the children and families have always had community access through the community mental health system, they are now a priority 1 population as of July 1 of 2024. And we think it is just worth repeating, while a child may exhibit behavioral issues or suffer from mental illness, oftentimes there are things going on at home or with the family, and the family could benefit from services as well. That is part of the direction of behavioral health reform, is to make sure that we are wrapping all of those services around as best we can. And we want our K-12 partners to have access to those services going forward. Really, we need to work together to maximize funding, maximize resources, all of those pieces. And then the last piece I'll leave the committee with is in terms of best practices and the questions earlier, I think from Senator Rothfuss on what other states are doing. There's a lot of them that we have started here in Wyoming. We're getting there. Diversion programs, crisis response, just general access, workforce programs, early intervention, and the biggest one is just general awareness. The fact that the conversation is happening leaches into the community, more people become aware of it, more people seek services. Those are probably my top 7 that are really important that you'll see in states like, I think Wisconsin moved from 24th to 2nd in terms of best mental health services in the last few years. You'll see those themes over and over and over again. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Somerville. I know we were involved on that behavioral health redesign for a while. Somehow I still retained a lot of it, I think. But I guess one of the things I'm wondering in doing this work and now knowing kind of what that redesign will look like is potentially how that priority population change will impact service providers. So maybe specifically also, how does that impact the folks that aren't in that priority? Are there perhaps kids that are going to fall in a gap maybe that wouldn't have access to services? And then another portion of that is, I imagine it takes a special sort of training to be able to work with kids in mental health and trying to understand how many of our providers are able to provide that level of care based on that training.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, so to the first question in terms of gaps of service, while we're going from a general access system where the only qualifier was a financial qualifier, and you could come in for any reason from minor to major and receive services, this is going to change how that system functions. I cannot sit here and tell you today exactly what those effects will be. These children that I listed and families that I listed out will be tier 1. Tier 2 is what we're calling indigent high needs. So it's the rules have not been written by the Department of Health yet, but we're assuming that's somebody that needs to receive ongoing services to stay in the community and avoid going to the state hospital. Tier 3 is the old system. It's general community access. So in terms of how much we're able to provide, it's really going to depend on our workforce and our funding levels to be able to meet all of those needs. We have started conversations over the last 18 months with a lot of our private providers and our partner groups about how we can work better to potentially close or mitigate some of those gaps if they do arise. And for example, contracting with private providers part-time, et cetera, to do that. But I think the next couple of years, unfortunately, we'll have to see how that all plays out. The second question in terms of training for kids with mental health, absolutely. Now, a general practitioner, a general mental health therapist or a psychologist can treat a child or an adolescent. Certainly best practice is to receive specialized training and advanced training in how to do that. In terms of community mental health resources, we do have those on staff across the state, but we're going to be doubling down, working on some additional education and training for our staff and tweaking those programs. And again, working with our partners at WISA and BOCES and all the other providers that are out there that work with children and adolescents to try to make sure we're using the best practices and we have as much training as we can get.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To go to the staff pay, what needs to happen there? I mean, I imagine one of the things that I've heard is that because we have an expanded Medicaid, we have a lot of uncompensated care. Our centers are struggling with some of those issues. And I know it's partly private and then some of it is that. So how can we get to a point where we are able to pay people what they're worth in this state so that we can fill those vacant positions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, in terms of staff pay, so I first have to couch that and say over the last 2 years, mental health has not been immune to the salary concerns. Though we've seen the salary wages and the salary growths. We've seen in some areas 30 to 40% growth to be able to retain folks. Absolutely, the rates have not moved. Now, we are currently in the middle of a Medicaid rate study, which we hope will come to the legislature for consideration at the next session. In terms of, that's one piece that'll help. Specific to community mental health centers, though, our contracts with the state say we shall serve everybody no matter long after we've run out of money. As we progress through the next year or two, we really do need to take a look at, for our resources, what that actually looks like. Some of our centers run their money out somewhere, around month 7 or month 8 in the year. And the only way they're able to continue to see people is to look to philanthropy or, other types of gifts to keep those centers up and going. We really do need to reassess that. And the last couple of years have just exacerbated that. What might have been a 10% adjustment is probably more significant now. And to be competitive and just to be clear, for providers and I won't speak for WISA, but I think I can include them in this group, is for providers in the community, we are competing against the state. We are competing against the federal government, which in Wyoming is our biggest competitive. They're paying 35% above generally what everybody else is. And so those are real issues, and we certainly can't fault somebody who wants to take a 35% pay increase.
I just want to make sure I hear you correctly. So the state is mandating that you provide services and not funding to meet that requirement. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, yes, each community mental health center gets a set amount of dollars divided into basically 4 buckets for outpatient and residential. When those dollars are gone, they're gone. And we are required by contract to continue to see everybody that walks in the door.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bruce Berkland. I am the Executive Director for the Wyoming Youth Service Association. And just briefly, our role in terms of schools and dealing with schools and mental health with youth. We have residential treatment centers that have on-ground schools, and as opposed to CBRV, it's kind of reversed. A minority of our students are referred by schools, but some are. Most are from DFS, actually via courts, via DFS. But almost all of the students there are also 1 to 2 years behind in school. They might not be special ed, but they're one of the reasons for being in residential care is they're doing poorly in schools, either academically or behaviorally or both. And then our group homes and residential or crisis shelters are in 13 communities across the state and exist to take kids that are having troubles in schools or at home, and work closely with school districts for the kids that are in their placement. But I would also point out all of those programs have early intervention or prevention programs within schools, and that could be dealing with kids that have been suspended. There are programs that deal with kids that have been expelled. Some of our members do the suicide assessments for the school. There's a variety of different services we provide, and it's not consistent across the state. It's a mix between what funding's available, what service providers available, what mental health center in that community is able to do, what we're able to do. But we work cooperatively, I think, across the state with all those providers. I think certainly having more consistency in terms of the providers that are available and the funding for those would be a great help. With that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you also providing services that are required from the state of Wyoming that are not fully funded?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of within the schools, probably not. Certainly the care we need to provide within the centers, the treatment centers, group homes, yes, I would say that varies, but the services we provide are about around 60, the good range from 80 to 50% of what the actual cost is. And thanks to, there is we get fundings in terms of, for the clinical services we do through Medicaid. There's the Medicaid cost study being done, and we've also have a cost study being done with the Department of Family Services, both of which would be helpful in trying to really clarify what that need is.
So you're getting base funding that's being supplemented then by Medicaid, because Medicaid doesn't pay its own way?
For residential programs, the Department of Family Services pays for room, board, and observation and support. Clinical services are paid by Medicaid, Department of Health, and educational services by the Department of Education. So we have, for our residential programs, 3 different funding in all 3 departments.
Sounds like nobody's paying full cost, but somehow you're keeping your doors open.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We keep scrambling.
I hear somebody. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We base those last year and then the year before in the budget?
Mr. Chairman, we're putting it back to a level that we've been at pre, and those levels have never been net costs. And then with the inflationary costs, as people have spoken about, certainly have exceeded that amount. So many of the programs have had to increase, particularly for good in clinical services, but also our childcare workers by 25 to 35%.
It sounds to me like basically your funding is complex and nobody is paying full way, and you're getting by billing multiple people for part of the service.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a safe summary, yes.
And so to really evaluate it, you'd have to have a careful analysis of the funding of the institutions with attention to we're actually showing a deficit or a surplus on your bottom line.
Mr. Chairman, that'd be correct.
Anything else? Anything else? Okay. We've gradually moved into general public comment. Do we have anybody else here present in the audience? Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Heitman, and I am the Community Project Manager for the AWARE grant in Campbell County. I want to take a moment and thank this committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak and for giving mental wellness the attention it needs. Congratulations on the work that was done in the last legislative session, and thank you for continuing this challenging and important work. When I think about the status of mental health in Campbell County, it is not just an issue of need, but more an issue of access and availability. Through our AWARE grant and collaboration with many local providers, we are seeing 100 kids at any given time for mental health services. We have an effective referral pathway where we can identify students with needs beyond what the schools can provide and can get them referred for services in our community. We currently have 5 local partners working with us on the AWARE grant to provide mental health services to our students. Since February of 2021, when we contracted with the Kids Clinic to hire our first school-based mental health provider, we have received over 1,700 mental health referrals and provided treatment to over 800 students. Over the last 3 years, we have seen an increase in average monthly referrals. Our first year, we were averaging 53 referrals a month, and as we round out this school year, we're averaging 75 referrals a month. Contrary to what most people believe, these are not referrals just from secondary schools. 57% of our mental health referrals are coming from our elementary schools. 6% are kindergartners and 6% are first graders. While we have worked incredibly hard to provide a place where students feel safe to ask for help, there is much work to be done. Our current wait list in Campbell County for care is over 160 students. Students can be sitting on a wait list for 2 to 4 months, if not longer, waiting for services they very desperately need. While there are many barriers to treatment, the 2 biggest in our community are financial aid and accessibility. Families choose to sit on the wait list for the AWARE grant because we can provide them mental health services and transportation at no cost. We desperately need more community mental health providers and funding. Funding for transportation for our students to be taken to and from their appointments during the school day, funding to support services for students that are uninsured and underinsured, and funding for Tier 1 prevention programs, which many people have spoke about today, that can be implemented in our schools so that we can teach our students how to be more resilient in the face of adversity and trauma. I really appreciate your time, and I will take any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Ken Pendergraft. I am the representative for House District 29 in beautiful Sheridan, Wyoming. I hope you all get a chance to come see us. I want to thank my comrades behind the table there for your interest and indeed for your indulgence. I'll try to be very brief. I listened intently the whole 2 days that I was here, and I'm afraid I must report that many of the people, my constituents who helped get me elected, haven't been represented. And so I would be remiss in my duties if I don't come forward and point out a couple of things. Looking around the room and knowing who's here, I expect the maximum effective range of my comments to be about 0 meters. And I expect to be about as popular as a chocolate bar floating in a swimming pool. But I'm not in it for popularity. Yesterday, we listened as we talked about children in ages 3 to 5 and looking programs. I even heard somebody talk about the concept of compulsory cooperation or attendance. And I was reminded of a couple quotes. The first one's from Vladimir Lenin. Give me your 4-year-olds, and in a generation, I'll build a socialist state. It was Karl Marx that said, the education of all children from the moment they can get along without a mother's care shall be in state institutions. Now, I'm not impugning anyone's interest. I'm not impugning anyone's sincerity. I'm simply questioning, I'm making an observation. And when you have an organization that tries to become all things to all people at all times, we consequently often lose sight of our primary task. And I sat here and I listened all weekend and I heard virtually nothing said about our primary task, which is education. We've gotten so distracted with all these other things that they're critical, they're needs, but we may not be the best people to address them. I'm just throwing that out there. To address mental health without God, I would suggest is like trying to build a reservoir without water. And of a necessity, we have to keep God out of schools. And so therefore, I personally find it very difficult to properly address mental health as I see it. In all of the time that I have been either campaigning or serving, I've not had one constituent ever come up to me and raise the issues that we spent the last 2 days discussing. I have, however, had innumerable people come up and say, you know, I wish the schools would just go back to just teaching. We got other problems, we can find other ways to assess that, but maybe the schools should just focus on their number one task. In contrast to that, the more programs that we involve ourselves in, the more things that we try to create, and as I mentioned earlier, to be all things to all people at all times, the less effective we are, the more intrusive we become to a number of people in other lives. And that's why, whether you see it or not, there is a substantial migration away from public schools at present. People are getting tired of all the other things that go with public school. I would contend that the more you press this, the more resistance you're going to get and the further you're going to divide, and you're actually going to weaken public schools because you're going to have this migration enhanced. I would, in closing, talk about what I think needs to happen is a paradigm shift. 100 years ago, if you asked people what they were going to do about school, they would talk about how the parents were going to be responsible for educating their children. In this state at this time, the paradigm has flopped so that now whenever we think of education, it's automatically the responsibility of the government. It's responsibility of the state. And if there are any things that interfere with effective educating, well, then they must also address that too, even if, in my opinion, they're the ones causing some of the problems. We spend all these years teaching people there is no God, and then we wonder why people don't value human life. A paradigm shift is happening, whether you people in this room are aware of it or not. But a lot of people now that we speak to, when we ask them what they're going to do about education, they say, you know, we've been thinking about that. We're actually really interested in homeschooling. We're interested in charter schools. We're interested in something else. And the reason is they're tired of all the extra stuff. I'll close with that, and I will stand for any rebuke.
It seems to me that the best people to handle the problems that we're seeing are the kids' parents. And I think that's still how a majority of the problems are handled. But it seems to me that what we're seeing in the schools, to the extent we can get all the kids there, and that is a problem in and of itself some of the time. But we're seeing kids showing up in schools with problems that are not being handled at home.
Yes.
And, the kids in front of them, the school's responsible for educating them. The schools are their chance to break free of the background that they've got that's neglecting them. What's the school supposed to do?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. That is a really tough conundrum, because what we've done is we've created the paradigm, as I alluded to earlier, where people just automatically assume that they're not responsible for educating their kids. They're not responsible for all these other problems. The more programs that we provide to take the responsibility away from the parents or to alleviate them of that, the more trouble we create for ourselves and the more, frankly, lazy our parents become. There is no easy answer out of this. It's going to be tough no matter what we do. But at some point, we've got to admit we can't do everything. And then when we start pulling back and we stop doing some of these things, there's going to be hell to pay. But eventually, there will come up. The great thing about America is it's a capitalist nation. And when we see a need, someone comes up, finds a need, and fills that need. And that need will become very evident, and someone will come up and fill that need. And we have to encourage that paradigm shift that parents are primarily responsible for their children, not the schools, not the preschools, et cetera.
Well, it does seem to me that from all we've heard and all we've seen, we still, as a society, regard parents as primarily the responsible ones. But yet the schools are seeing a significant number of kids. Thank God there aren't more of them, but a significant number of kids where the parents are falling down because of the problems that they've got.
Yeah.
And some of which relate to drugs, some of which relate to other things. The failure of the parents themselves to succeed in when they were in school. And I do think we have to say, okay, those are kids, they're there, they need help. What's the school to do other than to try to take care of the problem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The real answer, in my view, is in God. And until we turn back to him and put our attention toward him, we're flailing. But that having been said, if you have a student who is being disruptive in class because he has some sort of emotional disorder or some other issue, then what happens, and I'm sure Representative Berger, you'll back me up on this, what happens is the rest of the class suffers because all of the student or all of the teachers and all of the educators' attentions are focused on that child. There needs to come a point when these children go somewhere else to somebody else who can take care of that. Do I have all the answers? No. I'm simply pointing out, as I said before, you can't be all things to all people at all times. Thank you.
Here's somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Pendergraph, I want to begin with your premise that you stated that you didn't feel your constituents were being represented here today. Who is your senator?
My senator is sitting right over there.
you're talking about Senator Beitman, who's a member of this
Yes,
committee?
I am.
Okay. I just wanted to I want to push back on that a little bit because it kind of impugned the whole committee, in my view. And we were given topics through the legislative process to review, and people were invited here to share what they knew and understood about those processes. But with that having been said, the next thing I'd like to ask you is, how do you feel about the fact that the Wyoming Constitution provides a constitutional right to an education and assigns the legislature with the responsibility for that? I understand and agree with your views about parental rights. I think we had several interactions here today where that came up, and yesterday as well, as some will remember, I see some nodding from yesterday, we pushed back very hard on that. So again, I agree with you on that position, but that's really different than saying and understanding and acknowledging that the Constitution of the state of Wyoming not only gives that right, but has numerous provisions concerning education in Wyoming and what it assigns to the legislature. So again, I'm just pushing back on the idea that your constituents weren't represented here in this hearing. I think that's an insult to Senator Beitman, but he can take care of that. But also, I believe that you have given us some false choices here that don't really represent the nature of the constitutional mandates that we have in our state. If we don't agree with those, there are processes under that constitution of our state to change those, but they exist and they give the legislature certain areas of authority there. That's the context in which this hearing occurred and which we received information and asked questions. So I would just suggest that we kind of have a appropriate conversation in the context of the Constitution and the duties of the legislature as assigned by the Constitution. So again, I give you a chance to respond, but I just felt the need to give at least my view of the proper context for this hearing and the conversations we're having.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief because it doesn't take a lot to respond to that. Thank you, Representative Lawley, for that question. I did mention that I'm not here to impugn anyone, and I'm not. What I meant when I said was my constituents aren't being heard is none of the things that they're concerned about that are going on in the schools were addressed over the last couple of days. And that certainly no criticism is meant of the good senator, whom happens I count as a friend. Beyond that, regarding the Constitution, I alluded to that when I mentioned a paradigm shift. Because the Wyoming State Constitution charges the state of Wyoming with providing, I would describe it as a safety net or a fail-safe, that no child is going to go uneducated, that the people have then ceded their own responsibility for educating their own children and just dropped it all on the state. And now we're going to reap some of the problems that come with that. The paradigm shift needs to be made that primarily responsible is the parent, and that. And I will close with this comment, which some of you heard me say before. Whenever we cede responsibility, we give up liberty. I am finished. Sure.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring up, after listening to these things the last couple days, and also last week I had the opportunity to attend an online conference put on by an organization called Bright and Quirky. And their conference this year was around mental health and 2E kids, and then some with tech. But when we look at kind of treating and what can we do at a practical level for our kids and our mental health, I think it's helpful to understand some of what goes on in the brain. What one of these experts brought up is that our kids are under so much pressure that they cannot produce enough dopamine to keep up with that pressure. So I think we have to walk clear back and say, what can we do in the classroom so that our kids don't have to use up all their dopamine and not be able to function. At the same time, because of devices and technology and things like that, which we've brought into the classroom to a large level, we're also not producing enough oxytocin, and our kids are not getting enough oxytocin. And oxytocin is really important because that's the chemical that helps with bonding, with feeling cared for, with love. So I think while I appreciate all that we've talked about, I think we really need to back up and ask what's going on in the brain? How can we change the classroom so that we have the right chemicals in the brain so that our kids can be at their best selves to learn?
To that. I think over the last couple days, we've heard a lot about federal programs. We've heard a lot about some of the financing, some of the prejudices, but I have not heard as much about the basic science behind what we're doing as I would like, and that makes it more difficult to proceed. And I'm not an expert in the science in this area, but I have in general been, since I became chair of the Senate committee, been disappointed on the quality of the sciences behind what we're doing in education, and would say to some of the organizations out there that as we look to future testimony, talk to us before some of the meetings. If you've got somebody who really has some basic science with good research behind it to offer, we're going to be interested and would like to hear from you all and get some of that scheduled. We did some of that first year. Dr. Pugh that told us about the fMRI work was very instructive to the committee. Hearing about some of those things will help us cut through some of the ideology and anecdote and try to get to a little sounder basis of what we're doing, because I think there's more science to be had than we're hearing. So that's a plea to the whole lot of you that are involved in this whole education area, that the better we understand the fundamentals of what we're doing, the better results you're going to get out of us. And I have a feeling we don't understand them. And maybe I got spoiled by being in the health area where we were hearing pretty rigorous science a lot of the time. And I'm not seeing near as much of that in this particular area. So that's a prejudice I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree, and I want to go back to Senator Brennan's comments because I really agree with them that we've heard a lot of talk about, and very appropriately, developmentally, what we know now about how the brain develops and as a child develops, which I think has been very helpful. But to overlay some of the research on currently what's happening in our education system, how it's affecting children, to what degree sort of unintentionally are we creating stressors, and there are different ways to do that. And I really feel like there's some areas that we haven't been, we really need to know more about, that I think would be helpful as we look then across that developmental picture of what we know, how the brain works, how we learn, that what's happening and where we need to pull back. I have grandkids in school. Well, my kids went through school. I have grandkids in school now in Wyoming schools, and I have lots of friends that are teachers, administrators, and I hear constantly the same theme about we're creating some of our own stressors. But, and again, we've talked a lot during the session. I'm new, this is my first session, but about standards and things. And I know work is being done on that and good work, I believe, and hopefully it's going to be fast enough. But where we can begin to do that, and that is not to say excluding what else, some of the other things we've talked about, but just to try to get that better picture. And again, I just agree with that. Just that would help a lot. There's still some gaps, I think, in our understanding that I think would be important to me in terms of just data to better understand and target, because I see a trend everywhere is that we send it go one direction and we pull back. You know, it's just this, how can we calibrate this correctly and really focus on the right solutions where needed? And again, always with that focus of the parents are the center of the decision-making process, but also recognizing the balance of this is there are many broken families, and you know, where they need help. They do need help, and that help is to really, I think, pull them up to where they can be in a better position to help their kids and themselves. But I just think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we did talk, parental rights was brought up, probably because I asked the question about it yesterday, but I don't think we've really talked enough about it in regards to the mental health component. And I think with that being said, I'd like to direct LSO to bring back, what was it, Senate File 117 for our next meeting, which talks about notifying a student's parents or guardians if there's any change in the mental health status or emotional, physical health, to not prohibit parents from having access to their students' health records. We heard talk today about, you know, your child's medical information is going to be out there when we do this kind of stuff. So we need to have safeguards in place for the parents. And I think the parents have kind of been left out of this whole discussion the last couple of days. And I think if we're going to go this route, we need to have the parent protection in place, because that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. And I must have missed some fireworks when I was stepped out for a minute, but I just text Ken to see what the heck he said that was so wildly popular. But he mentioned the fact that what we're hearing from our constituents is more on the parental rights angle, and they want to have a seat at the table, and they want to make sure that they're involved in the process. And when they feel like they're cut out, even just a little bit, their guard goes up and bad things happen. So we need to make sure that that's not ignored, because we ignored it last session by failing to pass that bill. We kicked the can down the road. We need to address it. And if we're going to address mental health, we need to have the sideboards on it that my constituents want, and Ken's do too, and I'm sure all of yours do. So I think it's appropriate, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As a committee with that, or say that's a private bill again?
Again, I agree with you, Senator Beitman, and I believe we just have to do some things to provide some reassurance, even where some may feel like it's not needed, that if it's not needed, it's okay to provide the assurance for those who need it. So I really believe that. But I would add, let's also look at Representative Stith's bill. I don't know which House bill number it was, maybe 70 or something like that, but it did something important in that we already have a general parental rights statute, but it doesn't include education. And I would like to see that come back, not as a substitute for what you're talking about, but augmenting it, because that it provides a little bit of, there's some overlap, but there's also some things that it would address that would be significant for parents. And again, I'm always interested in the remedy side of these kind of bills. So just know that.
Mr. Chairman, and I would add to that,
So with regard to Senate File 117, which was looked at by the legislature last year, that I think the bulk of what that bill was the anti-transgender, anti-gender identity and sexual orientation legislation that precluded speaking about or teaching or educating anything related to gender identity and sexual orientation. There was a small portion of that legislation that got to medical records and the privacy and parental rights with regard to medical records. If that's the focus of the discussion, I think it would be appropriate just to carve out that portion of the legislation. If the interest really is just ensuring access to that information and access to choice by the parents and parents' rights. So I guess my question is to the good senator, is that the portion of the legislation that we'd want to take a look at? I think it changes the demeanor and the focus of the Education Committee meeting if we go down that broader discussion. And I think that broader discussion is rather significantly outside the scope of what we've been tasked with as a committee, whereas the parental choice portion and the discussion of mental health is probably within the bounds of it. So I guess I'd ask the good senator, is that the portion of it? I mean, it's written in a way where it's almost two distinct bills put together. So it's not hard to separate it. And I'd ask Senator Beitman if that would be acceptable.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the bill was 9 pages long, and it only refers to the part about not permitting classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity is like 2 paragraphs out of the 9 pages. The rest of the 9 pages deals with exactly what I talked about. Parental involvement in healthcare decisions, procedures, all that kind of stuff. So, but I think it's all relevant. If we're gonna, go out on a limb and offer in-state tuition to illegal aliens, which is not anywhere remotely close to what our interim topic list was, certainly this is on the table because it's all within the realm of mental health. So take it for what it is, but I think you misquoted what the bill, you said the bill primarily dealt with gender identity and sexual orientation instruction. That is such a very small part of what that bill actually did, as opposed to your characterization, which was the opposite.
Mr. Chairman, following up on that, I think the significance of the impacts of what's done is a relevant measure of the bill as opposed to just the word count. When I looked at that legislation and when we worked on that legislation in the last legislative session, it seemed to me that those few paragraphs at the front side were far more significant than the rest of the bill, even if the rest of the bill were on a word count basis longer. But it sounds like from Senator Beitman's discussion that the focus isn't on the A paragraph, but is more on the B paragraph and beyond. And I guess it really comes down to how much of the next committee meeting do we want to spend on this bill? Because if we bring the A provision and if we bring legislation that is related to restricting rights of individuals and their parents with regard to what can be discussed about sexual orientation and gender identity, nothing about the next committee meeting will be focused on education, nothing at all. I think that would be a poor choice. And I understand the resistance to the other piece of legislation if you philosophically disagree, but I do think that's about an 8-minute topic on the agenda. I don't know that it's quite comparable to bring back legislation that is national legislation that has been highly resisted. It is the talk of a lot of cable news programs each and every night, occupying many hours of discourse and discussion at a time when I know that we want to depoliticize our education. We heard that in testimony yesterday, Mr. Chairman. So I would suggest that it would be a poor choice for this committee to bring that A paragraph as a focal point for the Education Committee at the next meeting, and I hope we resist that.
But either way we do it, and you're gonna have some debate on it.
Do you want 100 speakers on it?
No, not particularly.
I can't imagine less. It's outside scope.
Mr. Chairman, this is strictly your prerogative, right? I mean, you gave the permission to the committee, and I think the senator is doing this in justifiable ways of saying he'd like to see this bill just as much as Representative Berger brought his. I personally do think that the good senator has brought a good point. So I don't know, it's dependent upon what the senator would like to do, if he'd rather have that brought back with or without that. And I think that's the exact way that it's the chairman's prerogative, not necessarily the committee member's prerogative, whether or not we see these bills as topics for discussion.
But
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I might be helpful. It's been, I think, reported in media that the sponsor of Bill Senate File 117 has indicated that he understands there could be a question about whether it has two subjects in it, and he was already open to dividing it and bringing it back. So, I mean, the idea of taking some of that out would be, I think something, I just put that out there as additional information. It was, I think, in the Cowboy State Daily, an article, but anyway, that where he had said that he recognized that I'm saying he conceded the point, but that if there was an issue concerning two subjects in the bill, in Senate File 117, that he would be open to dividing it in any way. So that's just something to consider, because I do think that is, I'm not saying that it does exactly have two, but I think it's a valid objection to put on the table. So I just say that in the interest of the idea that what Senator Beitman's saying of bringing just that one portion would be even supported, I think, based on what I've read in media by the bill sponsor, who is Senator Driscoll or President Driscoll.
it was Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, and one other thing, really, I mean, if the big concern here is that we're bringing draft legislation that wasn't requested by motion, maybe we just go back to requesting by motion. And I'm perfectly comfortable with that. That seems to be the root of the problem. I would be happy to make the motion for one bill. We can make the motion for the other bill. We see if we end up getting the draft legislation, if that's what it is potentially before us. That's a reasonable path forward. I just don't want to destroy the Education Committee by bringing national social issues to it. We heard this from all of you, we've got a lot of Wyoming work that's important for the state of Wyoming that we need to get done. I'd like to focus on it. Okay.
Let your chairman try to deal with what we've got, and we'll see whether we really want to bring those to the next committee meeting, or whether we say we'll have a motion on them. The problem is, at least in the one bill, no idea what's really going to be in it. Okay. Cindy Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to this conversation about evidence and what the role of the state is. I'd love to talk about evidence, and I think that there is ample evidence. My doctorate degree in psychology has told me plenty of these things are supported by evidence. And there's one thing that we know that's unequivocally clear. Children cannot learn when they are stressed. They can't learn when they're depressed. They can't learn when they're suicidal, and they can't learn when they're dead. And looking at the numbers that we have, we got a lot of statistics in terms of suicidal ideation, middle and high school girls and boys. And I decided, well, let's figure out what that number is. We're looking at anywhere between 10,000, and that's the rate for boys that have attempted suicide in the last year, at least once. That's 10,000. For girls, we're looking at 18,000. Those children live in your districts. They go to our schools. They live in our homes. And so I just want to bring this committee back to the work that needs to be done which is we need to provide an education, a good, equitable education. And we cannot do that if our children are depressed, stressed, and suicidal. And so I don't, Mr. Chairman, have a motion at this point in time in terms of what policy looks like, but I think there's plenty of conversation that we had that we need to have something at that next meeting to say, this is what we are going to do. We are going to prioritize this. We are going to do this because our children are dying. That's the role of government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Now, I think we've exhausted this topic. We need to move on to the recruitment and retention of K-2 personnel. So LSO, what do we got to do to get Dr. Stoddard up and running?
She is in the room currently. I think she was just waiting for our cue. So Dr. Stoddard, whenever you are ready.
Hi, would you like me to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. So let me just. Whoops, let's see. Sorry, we'll get there. All right. Well, good afternoon, committee, and let me let's go to the start of this here. So I was asked to come and speak with you a little bit about the process of monitoring markets and also some recruitment strategies for quality teachers in Wyoming. Mostly this is a summary of work I've already done for you in past years, but due to the number of new committee members, LSO asked me to run through this presentation to kind of get everyone up to speed on how Wyoming monitors teacher quality, monitors the teacher labor markets and what kinds of information we have about recruiting quality teachers in Wyoming. So the first slide here just gives you a broad overview going back to 2003 in terms of the history of both model salaries and actual teacher salaries. So just as a refresher, the legislature sets model salaries that are used for appropriations to districts, but districts are free to set their actual salaries at a different rate. And historically, that rate has been higher on average than the model salaries. So in this figure, you can see that the top solid black line shows the average teacher salaries in Wyoming, and the dashed line shows these model salaries. The other lines show the average salaries in states in the region. And so, so this just broad overview shows you that in the model that was implemented in 2006, there was a sharp increase in teacher salaries in subsequent years in the actual salaries, but that since 2010, model salaries have remained relatively flat. So let me go through and talk a little bit about the purpose of these annual monitoring reports that the legislature receives each year, summarize for you briefly what those indicator levels looked like last year, and also give you an overview of lessons we've learned throughout this monitoring process that date back to 2010. So having observed now labor markets, model salaries, actual salaries, over the last 10 plus years, what kinds of things have we learned? And then the final part of this presentation, I'll walk through some of what we know about recruitment strategies for quality teachers beyond teacher salaries. What other kinds of strategies might the state consider? So since 2010, the legislature has not adopted an automatic external cost adjustment for teacher salaries, meaning that teacher salaries are not automatically updated for inflation, in part because there was this large discrepancy between actual salaries and the model salaries that emerged. And so the direction the legislature has taken is to apply an external cost adjustment just in years where there was appeared to be cost pressures that were coming from the labor market in general. So the purpose of this annual monitoring report is to give the legislature annual information about what those cost pressures look like in the labor market. And because it's an annual report, I draw on really easily accessible data, the most up-to-date data that we have from a number of different sources. And then in recalibration years, we dig into even more in-depth analysis. So the annual monitoring is a lower cost, kind of more rapid report. So to understand what the whole purpose behind monitoring these cost pressures is this idea that, you know, as an economist, what I'm thinking about are the forces, the external forces beyond school districts' control that require higher salaries to maintain the quality of the teaching pool. And so the idea is that, you know, if we're thinking about either college students or we're thinking about individuals who are already teaching, that they're going to consider both their skills and interests and other employment options when they're making that decision. And so high teaching salaries would be those that could attract individuals that have better alternative employment options. And that raises the quality of the teaching pool as districts have lots more people to choose from, and particularly people who have kind of these better employment options may be folks who have higher skills.
Okay, let me interrupt you just a minute here on one thing you said about the 2010 and the recalibration not automatic. There's another factor in there. We're dealing with not just teacher salaries, but a block grant where the districts have flexibility. And one of the other judgments the legislature is applying is the extent to which the block grant as a whole is adequate, and whether or not the salary needs can be in part dealt with from within what the districts already have. And so that's a fact. We aren't just looking at the teacher salaries in isolation.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I did want to make that clear. That still means it's important for us to understand the impact of the teacher salaries and the quality we're getting.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that recalibration years focus on, you know, all of those elements at once, kind of the overall spending, and that one of the decisions that this group has to make is a recommendation about whether or not to apply an external cost adjustment each year. And that's the purpose of this monitoring report, is to help, you know, provide you with information as you make that decision.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah. So one point that I think is important is that, you know, I never give a recommendation in these monitoring reports about, you know, what is the quote right salary number, because there's a relationship between salary levels and the quality of the teaching pool. And so increases in salaries, you know, an extra $1,000 is going to have different effects depending on where we're at. And so, I always think in terms of graphs. And so this is kind of just a sketch of how we might think about this, which is that, you know, if we're in a period where the Wyoming average teacher salaries are quite low over here, raising salaries is going to attract many high ability individuals in. So if teaching salaries are low compared to either other professions or compared to other states, Wyoming's not very attractive. Raising salaries is going to lead to much more rapid improvements in teacher quality. But as those salaries become comparable to other states, to other occupations, Wyoming has attracted in a number of high ability individuals. Some folks with strong alternative careers, some college students who are considering different occupations may still be attracted in with higher salaries, but the effect is a little bit more moderate. And if salaries are very high, then most of the individuals who are interested in teaching have already entered into that pool, and existing teachers are very unlikely to leave. And so raises in salaries in that range don't have the same kinds of impacts on quality, because there aren't as many individuals out there who remain to be attracted in just on the basis of salary alone. So that's one reason why it's important to compare teacher salaries, not only to, you can think about it in the context of the block grant and all that, but it's important to compare them to what alternatives individuals have. So this emphasizes that this relationship between salary and teacher quality is complex, that changes in salaries can have either large or moderate or negligible effects on quality. One issue that this body often struggles with, one issue that, those who study education often struggle with, is that teacher quality is hard to measure. And so as a result, there's not really again, a right level of indicators, a right level of retention rates or retirement rates. But if we watch this over time, we can see when there are changes relative to historical patterns, and those signal significant cost pressures on districts. So the indicators that I present annually fall into kind of 4 groups. So one is to look at how competitive are Wyoming teacher salaries with the salaries in nearby states that share kind of similar economic conditions. And the second is to look at how economic conditions within Wyoming change. How are salaries for other workers in Wyoming evolving, and how does that compare to what salaries look like for teachers? The third is to look at whether or not there are demographic changes, either aging of the teaching workforce or increases in number of students, that would tend to lead to more open positions or fewer open positions. And that would also put pressure on districts to fill more positions. And then the last set of indicators that we look at is what's happening in terms of recruiting and retaining teachers. So are districts having trouble recruiting new applicants, and are they having trouble retaining teachers who have been hired? So I'll just briefly run through what those indicators looked like last year to kind of give you a snapshot of where Wyoming sits. And then later this fall, there'll be an update of this report with the most recent data. So this graph is just looking at teacher salaries in Wyoming. Again, that's that black line. This is salary data that's reported by the National Education Association, so that it's comparable across states. And so that black solid line is the average teacher salary. The dotted line shows the model weighted average. So you can see that there's that gap between what districts are actually paying and what the model prescribes, or what the model is based on. The blue dotted line shows what the average salary is for a teacher across the whole United States. And then the orange squares there show average salaries in adjacent states. And we also include North Dakota, since it has a resource-based economy that's somewhat similar. And so you can see that prior to about 2015, average salaries in Wyoming and in the United States were quite close to each other. Average salaries in the United States have increased more rapidly than in Wyoming, and you can also see that more rapid increase in adjacent states. There still is a gap between average salaries in Wyoming, which are higher than average salaries in the adjacent states. But you can also see that average salaries in adjacent states are now rising above the level of the model salaries. So that gap is starting to narrow. And this is that same data, but just broken out, so you can look at your favorite adjacent state. And so each of these lines represents the trend in average teaching salaries for all of the states surrounding Wyoming, as well as North Dakota. Again, that dashed line through the middle shows model salaries. And you can see that model salaries, as of a year or so ago, were right in the middle of where other states sit. You can see that the actual salaries are somewhat higher still, although you can also see that Nebraska Montana, Colorado are starting to get, Utah are starting to gain ground. So that's one set of comparisons. How do Wyoming salaries for teachers compare to teacher salaries in other states? A premium still in Wyoming relative to adjacent states, but something that's shrinking. The second comparison is how salaries look in Wyoming for teachers compared to other occupations in the state. So this is something that's really relevant if a teacher in Wyoming is planning on staying in the state, but is considering another occupation, and also really relevant for college students who are considering what careers they want to go into. How do salaries in teaching compare to other occupations they might be considering? So the black line, again, is the average salary of teachers. This data is coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that surveys employers each year. And so this is showing in May of each year what those average salaries look like for teachers, and then what they look like for other professional and technical occupations. So that's that blue line on the top. So professional and technical occupations is a classification that's defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So those are going to be occupations, as it suggests, for kind of most professionals. So it's going to exclude, occupations in agriculture. It's going to exclude service occupations. It's going to exclude manufacturing-based occupations, but it's going to have, accountants and healthcare workers, a number of those occupations that we think would be similar to teachers. I also look at a narrower set of occupations that have characteristics that are most closely aligned with teaching, and that's that red line with the circles on it. And so again, what we can see is that, up through about 2012, teachers were making about 90% of what other professional and technical occupations were paying in the state. And that, again, those salaries have increased more rapidly in other occupations while increasing more slowly for teachers. So one way to look at this is just as a ratio. So the percentage of these other occupations, what percentage of that pay do teachers make? And so you can see again in Wyoming that ratio was between 90 and 95%, up through about 2015, and then has fallen to be about 85% in Wyoming. So teachers in Wyoming making about 85% of what other professional and technical workers make. You can see the ratio if we were to take the model salary and look at the model salary relative to the salary of other professionals in Wyoming. And then the lines at the bottom show what that ratio looks like in adjacent states, which is the blue line, and what it looks like in the United States as a whole. So in the United States as a whole and in adjacent states, that ratio is between 75% and 80%, and has remained much flatter. So again, we can see that the model ratio is now, right around what the ratio looks like in adjacent states. The actual ratio, though, continues to be higher. So part of the reason this ratio is helpful to look at is that we know that working conditions vary, between teaching and other occupations. We know that teachers don't work as many weeks of the year as other workers do. So it's unlikely to expect that teachers would be paid, 100% of what other professional workers make. And so comparing this ratio across states helps us kind of think about how do teachers pay compared to the other occupations? And does that look competitive in Wyoming as compared to in other places? So again, this is just breaking that same graph apart so that you can see that ratio for Wyoming, again, in the black, the model ratio with that black dashed line, and then what that ratio looks like in each of the states that surround Wyoming. And so again, you can see that there are some states where that ratio now is getting quite close to what it looks like for actual salaries in Wyoming. So Utah in particular is getting much closer to the ratio. So teaching is about as competitive of an occupation in Utah as it is in Wyoming. In both Utah and Nebraska and in Montana, it's somewhat more competitive, the actual ratio than the model would indicate. And the other states have a somewhat lower ratio. So again, these indicators, that's just one way to look at it. How are teachers paid compared to teachers in other states? How are teachers paid compared to other occupations? Both of those give us some kind of sense of what pay might look like in terms of attracting individuals into teaching. And then the other set of indicators that we look at are trends in exit rates. So are there relatively more individuals that are leaving teaching? Are we seeing a lot more turnover in teaching? Are districts experiencing a lot of retention problems? How is that changing? So the overall exit rate is this solid blue line here. And you can see that, if we go back to 2010, that about 9% of teachers were exiting teaching in each year. You always have some turnover, some people who are going to leave due to retirements, or, their spouse gets a job somewhere else, or they discover teaching isn't a really good fit for them. That percentage has remained pretty steady, but there's been a slight uptick in recent years. The ratio that I particularly like to watch is the exit rate for new teachers. And so that's the red line with the triangles on it. And the reason that that's an important ratio is that we know that teachers really gain in effectiveness during their first 3 years.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Stoddard, I just had a quick question, if I can take 2-3 slides back. And going back to the teaching salaries and our average, I'm curious on, we have probably a few outliers. Specifically, I'm thinking of Teton County that definitely plays a major role in what our average salary does. Do you by chance have the information that would show what our average salary would look like if we did not include those outliers that truly and effectively throw that average way out of whack?
I don't have that right at my fingertips, what it would look like if we don't have Teton County included. Yeah, I don't have that right off the top of my head. I mean, I can certainly tell you that other states also have those kinds of districts. So, if you're comparing Wyoming's average to, the average in, say, Colorado, you've got a few districts, in some of those, I won't name them, but similar demographics to Teton, where you have really high cost of living, it's really relatively more affluent communities. So I certainly could, this fall, bring you averages that kind of leave out, what's the average if you leave out the highest paid district in each of these states. I think that would be sort of the apples to apples that you're looking for, I believe. So, Mr. Chairman, if there aren't further follow-ups on that, I'll proceed.
A while, but let's finish this. Go ahead.
Okay. So going back to these kind of turnover rates, you can see, like I said, the turnover rate in Wyoming has been pretty flat over this period, maybe a slight, very modest rise in that exit rate for brand new teachers. The green line at the bottom shows the exit rate for kind of the middle group of teachers. So teachers who have at least 4 years of experience, but less than 20. So not close to retirement, not brand new teachers. And then the orange line up at the top shows the exit rate for teachers who are 60 and older. And I think you'll see in the data that will be coming this fall that there's definitely was a big uptick during COVID of retirements of older teachers. But overall, the average in terms of exit rates hasn't changed that much in recent years. The other issue, so we've got the retention issue, and then we have the recruitment issue. So how does recruitment of individuals into teaching look like? What does the pipeline of individuals who are coming into teaching look like? How does what kind of pressure does that seem to indicate? And so this is looking at one group of people in that pipeline, which are graduates from the University of Wyoming who are graduating in teaching. And so this graph is looking at the number of BAs with teaching degrees from the University of Wyoming. And you can see, you know, it goes up and down. There certainly was a decline kind of from the middle 2000s all the way through 2016. And then it's remained relatively flat since then. So kind of these bouncing around. So not continuing to decline, but certainly a lower level who are going into teaching than were you know, several decades ago. You can see that that's the case across other states. And so there are kind of two main ways that teachers come into the profession. One is through these traditional programs like we see in Wyoming, and that's the blue bars in this are showing what's happened to the number of people in the pipeline, what's happened to the number of graduates from a place like University of Wyoming. And so this is looking over this 10-year period. So from 2011 up through 2019, you can see the decline in Wyoming of about 15% in terms of the number of people graduating. Other states have much bigger declines. So if you look at, say, Colorado and Idaho, for example, but also Montana and Nebraska, really big declines in the number of individuals who are graduating with teaching degrees. Some of these other states, though, have implemented other ways of getting teachers prepared other than through kind of a traditional program. And so we'll talk about that in a slide or two, but these kind of alternate routes to certification. And so so in Wyoming, you don't have one of those programs that's really well developed yet. And that's why the orange and the blue bars are exactly the same. Similarly, in Utah and North Dakota, when we're looking in 2019, those bars are the same height because there weren't these alternative routes. But Colorado and Idaho have much more aggressive systems for getting teachers prepared. And so their orange bars are showing over all kinds of programs, traditional ones and other pathway programs, what happened to the pipeline. And while there was a decline, it was much more modest. So let me just summarize some of what I've seen from doing this set of monitoring reports over the past 10 years. What's kind of the larger big picture of what we learn about looking at labor markets and how that affects teachers. So the first thing I think to note is that actual salary changes do track model salary changes. The trends follow each other, even though there's a difference between the levels, the trends follow each other. So there have been few external cost adjustments for teacher salaries in the last 10 years. Model salaries have remained largely flat since 2012, and in turn, actual salaries have also remained relatively flat. So you can see between 2012 and 2020, not much of an increase in model salaries. You can see in terms of the actual salaries, again, not much of an increase. Whoops. The second thing to note, and I alluded to this already, is that teaching wages are never going to be 100% of the wages of other professional workers because teachers' weeks of work are shorter. So the ratio of teaching wages to non-teaching wages in the United States is about 75%, and that lines up reasonably well, somewhere between 75 and 85% is what we would kind of expect based on weeks of work. So we can see that teaching wages have fallen relative to the salaries of other comparable occupations in Wyoming. It's fallen from this ratio that was at its high point in 2012 of 97%. It's fallen down to 85%, but still is within that range of about what we'd expect, or maybe even a little more generous than we'd expect given weeks of work. The third lesson that I would say for Wyoming is that the labor market matters a lot more than demographic changes. So demographic changes have been pretty negligible in Wyoming in recent years. Retirements have been pretty steady, except for, like I mentioned, right around the pandemic years. Student enrollment has been relatively steady. So you have kind of about 10% of teachers in each year that are new hires, about 10% of teachers that are exiting in each year. So it's not like Wyoming's having to add a whole lot more positions over time or deal with a whole lot of retirements over time. The only period where you saw turnover change a lot was right after the big salary increase in 2007, but really since 2010, turnover has been pretty consistent. The fourth thing that I see as, kind of looking at this over the long term is that salaries in neighboring states are starting to catch up. One question that I get asked a lot in presenting this is about, well, can we compare apples to apples? Can we compare Wyoming's model salaries to the model salaries of other states? Other states have different funding systems, and so they don't necessarily have a model salary that's set. So the best way we can compare is by looking at the actual salaries, average salaries. And so average teaching salaries in other states have been increasing at about 1% to 2% a year. So that does mean that model salaries are now below the actual average salary in many nearby states. But the average actual teaching wages are still about 10% above the average across neighboring states. I'll note the question earlier that's looking at everybody. So Teton County's included, Park City's included, all of the similar kinds of, ski towns in Colorado were included. Bozeman's included for Montana. So some of these high salary places are also included in other states. But we do see this premium in Wyoming. That premium's lower than it used to be. So the high was in 2010 when Wyoming paid about 25% more than other states. But Utah and Nebraska are getting much closer to where things look in Wyoming. And then the final lesson is that recruiting people into teaching, I think, is a much more difficult problem than retention. So current teachers hardly ever leave teaching in Wyoming for a higher paid job. So we've looked at this a number of times, kind of periodically, where Department of Workforce Services has tracked former teachers who exit teaching in Wyoming and take another position. And in general, on average, the next position is almost always paid less than the wage they were making in teaching. So we don't see really high turnover in teaching. In fact, turnover in teaching is pretty low compared to other occupations. And it doesn't look like, I'm sure there are some exceptions, but in general, most teachers aren't leaving for a higher paid position. The big concern, I think, is more on this issue of recruitment. So how do we get new college grads? How do we get new individuals into the pipeline for teaching? One thing that we have seen over the last set of reports is the fraction of new hires that are coming from other states has been trending down. So about half of newly hired teachers in Wyoming are coming from outside of the state. That used to be closer to 2/3 that were coming from outside of the state. And this pool of individuals who are interested in coming and teaching in Wyoming is important because the number and fraction of bachelor's degrees in education at the University of Wyoming has been, as we saw, trending down. So finding other ways to recruit individuals into teaching is particularly important. Which then brings me to the last section of this report, which is, besides salary, what other recommendations are out there in terms of ways that individuals can be recruited into teaching? What options are available? So last year I did a longer report on that. I believe that report is included in the materials that go with this meeting. And that summarizes a bunch of different policies that have been implemented in other states and what are things that Wyoming can learn from other states. in terms of policies to be considered. So in that report, I make a number of different recommendations. The first recommendation is kind of maybe a nerdy recommendation because it's a data request that in order to continue to really evaluate the pipeline of teachers, how well school districts are doing in terms of being able to recruit teachers, Wyoming lacks a system of school level data on vacancies and on recruitment into teaching. So the state doesn't have a data system that tracks the number of applicants, let alone the quality of applicants. If there was a somewhat more centralized system for applications, that would enable better monitoring of the number of applications per position to give a sense of how deep the applicant pool is for the state. So you could also use that to kind of compare how deep the applicant pool is for different districts. Some districts may be dealing with much more disadvantage than others. That's certainly what we see across the United States, that some districts tend to have much more difficulty recruiting than others. And so a system for applications would help you be able to see that. Wyoming also doesn't have a system that connects teachers and student outcomes. So it's hard to tell how new teachers that are joining the profession, how they compare to older hires. We have just very crude measures of that, mostly looking at like where did teachers get their degree, but not a good system of being able to see how teacher quality changes over time. So the issue about whether we're having a teaching shortage, what vacancies look like, is one that's rising in terms of national attention. Unfortunately, as you can see in this map, Wyoming's a gray state. So it's one of 13 states that doesn't have data on teaching vacancies. So you don't collect how many positions are left vacant. And so it's difficult to tell the degree to which there's a shortage. So the other colors in this map are showing, how large of a teaching shortage there is. And in Wyoming, we can't say that. So vacancy data would allow the state to track whether or not there's a current or an emerging teacher shortage. It would allow you to track if there are more issues in certain parts of the state. And the other thing that we know from national data is that recruitment issues tend to be concentrated in specific fields. Special education is one that often comes up across a number of states. So vacancy data would allow you to track whether or not you have issues in certain teaching fields. And that would be helpful in terms of aligning what's going on at the University of Wyoming, for example. It would be helpful in letting students know, hey, these are the kinds of fields where there's a lot of need for more teachers, where it would be easy to get a job or harder to get a job. So that vacancy data could be employed to improve your recruitment into teaching. So I provide some kind of quick, like what's the easiest amount of data to track. And I think an easy thing to implement would be for districts to track the number and subject areas of teaching openings that are unfilled at the start of the school year, and just the number and subject area of openings where they had fewer than 5 applicants. So I know it's difficult to, set up a whole system for tracking applicants, but if districts reported, we had 5 openings and 3 of them, we had hardly anybody apply or something like that. Another thing that districts could fairly easily track is the number and the subject areas of teaching positions that end up being filled in some kind of provisional way. So teachers being filled by teachers who aren't fully certified, who aren't earning an alternative certification, or who are not authorized to teach the type of courses that they're being assigned to teach. So having that kind of data would enable you as a legislative body to be able to see when you're having more of a crisis in terms of recruitment, or when things appear to be relatively stable. So that's the first recommendation. The second recommendation is to develop pipelines of new teachers, particularly directed to specific school districts. And I think Wyoming is beginning to start looking into some of this. I believe that someone is speaking coming up, talking about some of these apprentice programs. As of June of last year, Wyoming was the only state in the nation that didn't have a so-called grow your own program. That was either at the state level or at the district level to build the pipeline of teachers. Many states have either a pathway program for paraprofessionals to enable them to kind of get fast tracked into teaching, or teacher residency programs for education students. So at the universities that target specific school districts, often with recruitment problems, that allow students who are in training to become teachers to either be paid or to have cheaper credits, some way to encourage students to hit some of these most difficult to staff districts. And as a rural state, coming from Montana, I can say as a rural state, that's one of the most promising policies that Wyoming could adopt. In my report, I've given you a number of examples of other pipeline programs from other states. They all look different, so each state has kind of their own flavor. I just highlighted a couple for you. So a really generous one would be like the one in New Mexico. So New Mexico has a partnership with the University of New Mexico and New Mexico State for districts in the state where they have a funded residency program. This is something they just recently established. So it was established in 2021. And students are given a $20,000 stipend for the year that they're a resident in one of these districts. So that's a very expensive program. A much cheaper program is like in Minnesota, where high school students can enroll in education-focused courses, and they get dual credit for both those as a high school course and as a college course. So it makes it much faster and much easier for students to get into the education field and to complete their degree more quickly. So like I said, lots of different states that have different policies that look like these pipeline programs, something for Wyoming to definitely spend time considering. And then the third recommendation that I have is that in looking through the data on the teacher certification exam, Wyoming kind of stands out in terms of having a number of people who complete the program at the University of Wyoming who don't take the teacher certification exam, or who take it and don't pass. And so this is looking at the number of people who take an exam compared to the number of people who completed a teaching program in the state. So you can see in some states like Nebraska, say in 2019, you had more people taking the exam than actually graduated from that state in that program. Wyoming, though, you're below 60% in terms of, if we look at everybody who takes the teacher certification exam and compare that to the number of people who completed the program at the University of Wyoming, only about 60%, or a little less than 60% are completing. So another way to boost the pipeline is to figure out what's leaking here in terms of program completers that aren't taking the exam. And then also a relatively low pass rate in Wyoming. And that, again, makes this even lower. So if we compare now the number of people who passed that certification exam to the number of people who completed, now you're looking at about 40% of individuals who graduate from the University of Wyoming. About 40% of that number are passing the teacher certification exam in a given year. So that would be another recommendation for Wyoming to consider to try to boost the pipeline of qualified teachers. So that concludes my prepared remarks, and I can go back to any of the slides or take any questions, Mr. Chairman, and I'll stop there, but I'll leave my screen share on in case anybody wants to go back to one of these slides.
Ralphus, you had a question earlier. No, I'll defer. You'll defer? Okay. Okay, we'll start that in. We'll just come this way. Dang it.
Darn.
So Dr. Stoddard, thank you. And I do want to go back to my question on Teton County. And in specific, the reason I'm interested in Teton County is because as the other locations that you mentioned, Vail and Breckenridge, or any of those that have these communities, their population and overall concentration of teachers as it relates to the overall population of teachers in their states is probably negligible. Whereas here in the state of Wyoming, I would feel like the amount of teachers that are in Teton County actually have a significant increase to what our population would look like. So although I know that you don't have that readily available, I would ask that we can get that data compiled to where we could pull Teton County out and actually see what the actual salaries look like across the state without Teton County, because I do believe it will be a significant difference, statistically significant, and it would probably help us guide our decision-making in this body a little bit better when we start looking at that as well. And I do want to say I appreciate the information being sent to me on this, because I was just notified by somebody else that this seems to be an issue that we have not really ever attacked before, and that, you know, we've never really gone out and looked out and picked out those high players that are kind of offsetting this model. So not much of a question as much as it is just a request, and if we can get that before we head into the next meeting.
Let me ask a question on that. Two questions. One, should the request include North Lincoln, the Afton district, as well? They're sort of halfway there to be in Teton County.
Yeah, I think so. I think anything that has that significant, and I think also looking at, you know, the difference on those is going to be within the past 3 to 5 years, right? So we're going to be able to see that significantly within the past 3 to 5 years. But
I think, and when that's done, and I don't know our status on making a request, I think we need to look at how many teachers are involved in those two districts compared to the total statewide, so we can have some feel for the impact. And maybe Dr. Stoddard knows better ways to do that, but are those outlier salaries really impacting our average, or are they not?
I think that's a great point.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do that. So I think I should be getting access to the WDE data this summer for up through the 2023 school year. So I believe, you know, that would not be hard to do.
We have a meeting scheduled on the external cost adjustment, do we not? First part of October?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the meeting is September 27th.
September 27th, okay. That's probably when we would be interested in this data.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, Ken Clauston here. You know, talking to my family that are teachers in North Dakota, they're always jealous of maybe the whole benefit package that we have in Wyoming. So that's not really included in your data besides just salary. You know, I know their rule of retirement is the rule of 90. So age 60 and 30 years of service, ours is less. 11.6% of their salary goes towards their retirement, their 401k. I think our teachers significantly less put in than what we're seeing in those other states. So as we look at the model data and the actual salaries, is there any way to bring in the whole benefit package so we can get a complete picture compared to these other states?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and that's a great question. So it's pretty difficult to get benefit information across districts, especially in states that have a much more decentralized system. So I believe it's not hard to look at like number of days of the school year. That's something I've looked at in the past. So kind of adjusting for number of days. I can certainly do another dive on that, you know, as I prepare for that meeting in September and bring whatever information I can find. But typically it's pretty difficult to track down benefit information.
Okay, that's something we're interested in, but before you incur a lot of expense looking better, we better clear it and make sure that we're not getting in trouble. So talk to our legislative service office staff before you start incurring a lot of cost on that. Because that does sound like it could be expensive to get.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, whenever you start digging into individual school districts, it starts to get to be a hurdle having to track them all down. But so I'll definitely touch base with LSO on that.
Okay, so that's something we need to be sensitive to, but I think it's a very valid question. Absent data, we'll have to do the best we can trying to pay attention to it, because I think we have an advantage there, both in the retirement and in the potentially in the health benefits area. I'm not as sure of the health benefits area, but clearly in the retirement.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I think it's a recruitment tool probably that we don't use here in Wyoming, right? I mean, if we told all of our teachers they had to work 5 extra years, they wouldn't be very happy in Wyoming. So, right, it's a benefit, and, you know, and I don't think a lot of young people look at the retirement package, but we've got a great retirement program here in Wyoming, which may be something we can use to help recruit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to this, the states that collect school level data on vacancies and recruitment and retention. I know in judiciary, we did something kind of similar with a bill that required data collection in certain areas. But for this, is this something that in other states you're seeing it's done through statute, or is it a policy? Do you know why we don't have that data and what needs to be done to be able to acquire it?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to whether or not it's statute in other states. I certainly can say that there are a number of other states that have a more centralized application system or more centralized postings of jobs. So to have more of that information, I'm not sure about the vacancies if that's in statute, but certainly it's not something that Wyoming collects that other states are tracking down, are asking districts to report to the, you know, Department of Education.
That's something, if we were to decide that was important, simply having our staff call certain of the districts, we might be able to get some meaningful data. That, because I think the districts do know. I would ask the couple of the members that have been with this committee longer, this issue has come up before and we've not chosen to do anything, right? And there's a reason.
Mr. Chairman, I can speak to that a little bit. The Department of Education used to collect vacancy data, and Dr. Stoddard analyzed that data. And from what I recall, the data was quite unreliable. And it was due to the lack of a centralized system. And so I'll leave it at that.
And also, not all the districts would report it, and so we just had a few districts reporting instead of
Okay,
48.
so we had data problems.
And Mr. Chairman? One final note on that is, and we spent a lot of time, as you did on committee number 10 a few years ago, trying to reduce the number of reporting requirements. And so the irony of us then asking for more was not lost on us.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's one reason why I put forward the specific items here. I think rather than necessarily trying to track a huge number of indicators, I think just kind of having number of unfilled positions would be relatively easy and straightforward to track. Number of positions where you had very few applicants, that would be relatively straightforward to track. I think it was figuring out, you know, oh, you had 40 people who applied and 3 elementary school positions. Some districts would report the same 40 for all 3, some 40, you know, for each individual one. So is that 120 or so? It was those kinds of issues. But I think being able to report just, here's how many we just had a really hard time staffing, I think that would be relatively easy to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard, on page 17, you have the trend in exits rates, and all the other ones that we have 21, 22 data in them, and we've only got 20 data in the exit rates. Can you?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's because those are the people who then would be exiting in the next year. So people so you'll have one more year of update on this next year, but this is looking at the 2020 year, how many of them left? They would have left in 2021. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. I'd just like to see the real numbers on that one, just to make sure that, I'd like to see what kind of exit rate we've got going on.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that will be provided. The next year of data will be provided at the September meeting when I have the Department of Education data for this last year.
In numbers and not in the ratio, please.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. I will ask there were a couple of your slides on Wyoming average, below US average, and average teaching salaries in neighboring states, North Dakota, you're using data from the National Education Association, the National Teachers Union. Is there any reason to believe that there's any bias problem in that data? Because they're obviously not a disinterested source.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So they are the only source of national level teacher salary data. I can say that the Wyoming average salaries line up pretty well with what they report. So I can't speak to, beyond that for other states. Certainly it's one reason why I think it's helpful though to look at trends. So if you think, there might be kind of biases in some states or others. If you see a sharp change, it's probably due to something real. But my understanding is that those data are pretty accurate. I think sometimes there are issues. So always the last year of the data is an estimate, and some of those can be noisier for some states than others. They come out with the revised data that has the actual numbers a year later, but they're not very transparent about how they get those average salaries. So beyond that, I can't tell you for sure. It's the most up-to-date source. I guess I should say a year, we have another year lag looking at the occupational employment statistics that the Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates. And so some of those ratios and things like that are calculated from that data, and they tell a very similar story. So the NEA data gives you just like one more year in time closer.
It doesn't say all the states are below average or anything wild like that.
Oh, heavens, no. No.
Okay. Committee? Further questions? Okay, thank you very much. That's quite useful in terms of educating us as to the kind of data we've been looking at. I think there will be some issues, for instance, in the University of Wyoming and the way they're changing their program and improving it. That may have something to do with some of those figures there. But thank you very much, and we will, I believe, expect to hear from her again in the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Good. Next, we've got the WDE on our current state efforts. Who's here from? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Laurel Ballard with Wyoming Department of Education. I'm the Innovations Officer, and with me,
Brendan O'Connor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we were asked to talk about two things today. We were asked to talk about and give an update on the Wyoming Teacher Apprenticeship Program, as well as talk about the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force that has been meeting this year. So starting with the teacher apprenticeship, we are, like Dr. Stoddard said, we are working on the Grow Your Own program. We do see it as one strong, viable solution, both for recruitment and for retention. The idea being that you take somebody like a paraprofessional that may be in a school district who's already grounded in a community, connected, has housing, because we know some of our communities have issues with housing, and really grow them into becoming teachers without asking them to pick up and move to Laramie. to get their education. And so we have been working on this one since, well, we'll just say this, we got the registered apprenticeship put together and signed off by the US Department of Labor in October of 2022. We went down this road because we see that there's benefits, we think, for school districts, as well as the apprentices, and actually for the mentors as well. For the school districts, right, they're able to grow from within their school district and their community. They're able to access additional resources as a part of a registered apprenticeship program. It allows them to kind of plan ahead and start thinking about how they're going to recruit for and bring in teachers, especially for the hard to fill positions. It really also creates an avenue and another pathway to build teacher leaders in the district. And then it really kind of creates a whole lattice really of opportunities for current staff. In terms of the apprentices, it gives them access to intensive mentorship that goes well beyond the typical student teaching experience. This includes multiple years of guidance from multiple mentors. That we also know that they study and work in their communities, so there's school district with no relocation for work or education, which makes it more viable for many of them. The idea behind it is then they get preferred placement in the school district upon completion. And then, right, they basically will spend 3 years with mentor teachers learning over time with a gradual release model to become teachers. We believe as we go through this that you're going to find that the teachers that go through the mentorship problem are going to come out at a higher level than we would expect students coming out of the traditional programs, because I've had more boots on the ground time in the district. They will not only know the theory and all the pieces that they learn in higher ed, but they will also understand programs and curriculum that their district uses as well. And so they'll come out already knowing some of those things. In terms of the mentor teachers, right, they're able to share their expertise and experience within the school district, with the apprentice and the community. It grows their mentorship skills and management through training, support, and experience. It develops them as future educators who can assist in classroom instruction and management. It engages them in leadership roles within their district and within their schools, and it really highlights their value and their professional experience, both to the school district and within the community. So when you look at apprenticeships, they can be done one of two models. You can do it with either what we call a sponsored apprenticeship, which is the route we went. So the Department of Education is actually the one who went to the US Department of Labor, and we created the program and the guidelines and then worked with them and are considered the sponsor. We work in partnership with school districts. They're considered the participating employers since they house and employ the apprentices. And so they are the ones that are actually then responsible for that. It allows us to kind of create some efficiencies across the state. It allows us to kind of put some guardrails on the program as well. The other option you could use, which school districts are still able to do if they choose not to go through the state's apprenticeship program, but they want to create their own, is that they could go directly to the US Department of Labor and create their own apprenticeship program and have that signed off on through the US Department of Labor. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, they are the ones that do the registered apprenticeships.
Do they provide funding?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sort of. Some, I mean, they do, but some of it comes through them, some of it comes through state funding. But they're the ones responsible in Wyoming for registering apprenticeships.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the role of the school district, they're really the ones that execute the programs. They provide jobs to the apprentice. The apprentice is not a volunteer position. It is a paid position within a school district. They oversee the training and development, provide on-the-job training, they support the apprentices with completing the program of study, which means they're also working and coordinating very closely with the post-secondary institutions that are providing the training. Mr. Chairman, we're looking at doing this as a three-phase approach. So we are currently in phase one. Phase one is the idea is that somebody is already employed in the district and they already have like the 60 hours of initial post-secondary education. So it's basically they're ready to go into the teacher prep programs at that point. Phase two that we've been looking at was doing the same thing, just not having those general ed requirements. So it's basically taking someone with a high school diploma and asking them, giving them this opportunity as well. What we call phase three is actually going back down to the students. Dr. Stoddard also kind of talked about this, bringing the apprenticeship actually down into the high schools so that students that are in the teach and train CTE pathways actually start taking some of those post-secondary classes, start getting the general eds as well as some of the teaching, some of the education classes, and then as well they receive experiences in working with teachers and with students and that kind of thing. I will say, just so you know, we are looking at switching phase two and phase three. It's going to take a lot longer to figure out how to get a 4-year program into 3 than it was to take a 2-year program into 3. And we're still figuring that out. And so it's actually be easier to go down to the high schools and start looking at that and how to bring the high school students up. And then we'll come back to phase two when we have some better ideas on how to handle that one. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to pass that off to Director O'Connor for him to be able to talk about exactly what this apprenticeship program looks like.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. As Dr. Ballard mentioned, we're starting off with paraprofessionals who are hired in the district who have an associate's degree or at least 60 credits if they haven't actually completed the degree program. As an initial starting point, working towards completing a full bachelor's degree in education and in whatever specific content areas. So we are working, one thing I don't think we've said yet is we've identified 3 school districts, Laramie County number 1, Teton 1, and Fremont County number 24. So we've got a small, a medium, and a large district that we're piloting this out with. We've identified the districts have identified about 25 apprentices. And so 10 of them have identified that they're going into special education. So as they go through this degree program, they're getting that experience, they're getting the knowledge base and everything else. And as Dr. Ballard mentioned, that on-the-job training, they're in the classrooms working with the students the full time. Elementary, we've got 5 candidates identified going into elementary. We've got 5 identified for secondary math, which is a very difficult subject area to fill. And right now we've got 2 identified for science, which is another difficult area to fill. And as Dr. Ballard mentioned, this is a long-term program. Building on the retention piece, they're going to have 2 to 3 years of experience before they're considered a first-year teacher. And so with that extra experience, they're well on their way to maintaining their career past that, rather than the 22-year-old college graduate who did his or her student teaching, gets in, 3 years in, they're overwhelmed, and they say, I'll take one of those other jobs on the chart that pays a little higher with my bachelor's degree. The bachelor's degree is important. It's what the basis of most of the salary schedules across the state are on, and then it allows those candidates then to get graduate degrees, increase their own compensation, but then that always trickles back into the communities as well. So they are being mentored the whole way through. They're getting the support from the university programs as they're going through, working with their mentor teachers, getting that on-the-job training. They've got to complete, one of the requirements is 2,000 to 6,000 hours of on-the-job training. And we were able to get that range with the Department of Labor to allow for previous experience that they might have since they are paraprofessionals coming in. they're already bringing in a lot of classroom experience. We've identified some competencies, working with students, classroom management pieces, other working with parents to identify ways that they can meet those competencies earlier and then get through the program in the reduced amount of time. Both, the college coursework, that's going to take whatever the program they're enrolled in, they'll have to complete that. But the on-the-job training, if they don't have very much experience, it's going to take them longer to demonstrate those competencies that they know how to work with students and that they've got the material down. If they've got more background, it's going to take them less. So we want to recognize that and get them through the program as quickly and successfully as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing I'm struggling with understanding in this instance, and on the Minerals Committee, we spent a lot of time looking at apprenticeships and various programs. Most of the time, those are a path often in lieu of a bachelor's degree. So you're doing a training program which builds the expertise through the apprenticeship training with your mentor, and that path through however many thousands of hours, you've got your 2,000 through 6,000 hours here, it depends on the discipline. When you're out the other end of the apprenticeship, you have achieved what you need to achieve. In this instance, it looks like you're also getting a bachelor's degree at the same time. And so my question is, why wouldn't I just get a bachelor's degree? Is it the idea that you'd be paid along the way and that that's going to be supportive? It looks like this is harder than the current process, candidly. But I might be missing something, or is it harder than the current process? The traditional process, we'll say, of just going through and getting a bachelor's degree.
Mr. Chairman, Senator DeRothfuss, yes, we actually do believe that it's probably a more rigorous program. They are being compensated along the way, which is one of the draws. As Dr. Ballard mentioned, if I had the means, yes, I can move to Laramie and do the traditional route, do my 8 weeks of student teaching, and be done. But this other way, they're in the community, they're still contributing, they're still working with their families if they've got families that they've got to care for, and getting that extra support, again, with the intention that they've been really brought up over that time period to be successful, rather than, I'm fresh out of college, here's your keys, copy machines down the hall, see you in May, good luck, and then they're floundering.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, a couple of other quick questions then. Most of the time, when you're looking at the ladders for the payment, it's bachelor's plus and then a number of years. Are those that are engaged in this program going to get that plus number of years? Because usually that's counting from bachelor's forward. Are we assuming that the 3 years of experience through this is going to be 3 years of experience on their ladder?
Mr. Chairman, that would be more of a district decision as they're working with that. Another thing I failed to mention, with the bachelor's, they are completing the requirements for licensure, which then would also allow them, should they need to move out of state, meet those requirements. So there's another benefit there.
Right. One more.
We would be saying they're meeting the bachelor's requirement.
Right.
They'd start at the first step, but again, that's a district choice.
Are they getting credit towards their bachelor's degree through the apprenticeship process in a sufficient in a sufficient number, where instead of them having to take all of the same courses, 120 credit hours of courses plus, I think it's more like 130-ish for education that they end up with. Is this apprenticeship counting for some of those credits, or only for the limited number of classroom practicum credits that you end up getting, like, for example, the student teacher aspect of it? I mean, this is a lot of work. And but I mean, the concept is an incredible concept, but the idea of saying, oh, and you can also work at the same time you're getting your bachelor's degree, might in some people's case be helpful, I think, but, and I guess they also don't know what they end up getting paid, but it sounds like they get paid as a paraprofessional. And I was trying to see if there was a good conduit for ensuring that that training time was appropriately credited as upper division in major credits, although I know that, you know, all the pedagogy requirements that you have through the College of Education, these are checkbox courses where you effectively have to go through and get those. So how is that structured? How many credits is this apprenticeship accounting for out of the 130-ish that are required?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Roth, Senator Rothfuss, good question. We're working with the different providers that in addressing that. The University of Wyoming has been a major player in the development of this model since over a year ago. And so the easy targets, the low-hanging fruit is the 15 credit student teaching piece and the practicum pieces. But they're also looking at the foundations of education, some of the other, maybe intro to special education, some of those in the competencies that the apprentices will be completing, that those could count towards those credits as you're mentioning. We are, oh, pardon me.
That's, you know, we understand you're in the early throes of this. We're going to continue to be interested in this subject in terms of making it more attractive. Representative North, if you had a
Yep, I do.
question.
I wanted to ask about, thank you, Mr. Chairman, about the PIC program. Of course, those people have already got their bachelor's degree and they just need to work up the educational side of it. So how's that going to fit into this? And does it fit into this program?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Northrup, the PIC permit, the professional industry career permit, is kind of a separate animal. It's a different way that people with industry experience can come in and practice teaching. Initially, it was designed for the career and technical trades that don't always have bachelor requirements. So you don't get a bachelor's degree in welding typically. So you can come in, be teaching that. You could do that for your 30-year career and stay on the PIC permit. Or if you want to advance a little on the salary or add additional endorsements, we have designed a method where those on PIC permits can take some of those foundational education classes and then transition to the standard license. The apprenticeship might not be appropriate for them. It might be, it might not be, but that would be the individual's choice. We still have avenues to get them into the classroom. The apprenticeship is not a one and done. It's not a be all end all. It's another tool in the tool chest, I guess.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to add on a little bit, I wanted to kind of note a couple things for you. One of the things we found during COVID is that teachers who had a bachelor's degree were much more likely to stay in, less likely to leave. So I think they have some additional skills and pieces to be able to work with kids and withstand some of the storms. So I don't want to lose that piece in terms of thinking outside of why they may not want to get their bachelor's. The apprenticeship program does pay them, but it also pays their entire cost of post-secondary education. On top of that, so you have somebody who, the idea really is you're already grounded in your community, you don't want to leave, you probably can't just quit, right? Most people can't just quit their jobs and go back to school. And so the idea is that they still can continue to work, they still get mentoring, and then we've been designing and devising the program so that it's doable for the apprentices as they go through. And if you kind of remember, like when I met with, for those of you that were here before the last legislative session, we kind of estimated, right, that when an apprentice goes through 3 years of this, they will have about $171,000 invested in them. And so that's part of also why do I want to do this? Because that's a lot of work and effort being put into me, right? To help make me and grow me into a really strong and effective teacher as I walk out of the program. So I think there's those pieces too. And I also think that's part of the reason you're not going to see a lot of, districts have worried about or asked the question, right, about like, do I make them repay my, their stuff if they get up and leave? And well, that's up to them if they want to do that. But I find it highly unlikely to see people that are grounded in a community and you have $170,000 put into you to build you to become a teacher. Like I just think they will value that more and will want to stay in their local communities as well. Okay.
I guess a good question that we were talking about, Mr. Chairman, that are teachers that are mentors, are they getting extra pay through your apprentice programs? I know there's some that do in different mentor capacities, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, yes, absolutely. It's a requirement that they pay them at least $4,000 a year. Additionally, most districts are paying them more than that, at least for the districts that we have working with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then how many can they, is it a 1-to-1 ratio, 2-to-1 ratio? Is it 4,000 per person they do, they mentor? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the ratio, I believe, can go up to 1-to-2. Most of them a lot of them do 1-to-1, but we do allow a 1-to-2 ratio, 1 mentor to 2 apprentices. Put much more than that in a classroom with a teacher, I think it's going to be a little overwhelming for everybody. And so that's the kind of that's how we've been doing it. The details of exactly what it looks like is up to each district as to how they want to implement those. But there is a requirement that they pay their mentors, and we expect a couple different types of mentors, right? There's like, if I am want to be an elementary teacher, I have a teacher I'm basically shadowing for 3 years, or I may want to be a K-12 special ed teacher, right? So I may shadow a teacher in the elementary, and then in the middle school, and then in the high school, right? So like there's those pieces, but there may also be somebody, right? Like maybe I've got an expert in classroom management. That's just a teacher that's phenomenal at that. So we're hoping, right, and this is what we've been talking about with them, that then you'd like use that teacher as a mentor for your apprentices to work on classroom management as well, or whatever those other pieces are, which is typically what we're hearing that they're doing, right? They have their teacher they're kind of growing up in education with, right? But then there's, they have additional mentors along the way as well. And I think when we just kind of did some estimates of like, based off of what Tennessee was doing at the time, because they were the first state to create the registered apprenticeship with the U.S. Department of Labor, we kind of see something like that as more of like a 1-to-5, 1-to-6 ratio from those kind of mentors to an apprentice. That is it for the apprenticeship. I was just going to move on to the Teacher Retention and Recruitment Task Force. Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The task force was launched back in February of this year. Their goal really is to make recommendations that'll positively impact the education workforce. They'll be creating recommendations for the state level. They'll be making recommendations for districts as well as at the school level. Right now, we have 26 members on the task force itself. We have 3 superintendents, a personnel director, school counselor, 10 teachers, pre-service teachers, educators who left the profession, a parent, post-secondary representatives, as well as industry representation. So we have a pretty broad stakeholder group looking at all the different things that the different pieces and parts of what's going on with our educator workforce and ideas of how to make it better. Right now, the task force has completed a very extensive review of both literature and publicly available data. They're looking at mental health and burnout, the needed support structures, the sense of not being valued, and then the teaching in rural and remote settings. I prioritized 3 areas of school climate, mentorship, and professional development, continuing education. Most recently, the task force has conducted an education climate survey to better get an understanding of the challenges that are faced by the educators. The survey itself received a total of 3,938 responses. Of those, about 3,500 are what we considered valid with the work that we were doing just to make sure that we had the right people, not like bots and things like that, putting information into the survey. We received responses from every district in Wyoming. And I meant to tell you, right, like 3,500, I think about 3,000 were actually teachers, right? So when you look at our teaching force, that is, we have about 9,000 teachers in the state. So it is, right, a very large chunk of our teachers that participated in this. So we received responses from every district in Wyoming, and I'll go through those and just highlight some of the results for you. I won't go through all of them since I know we're way over time. But I do know that, just as a heads up, they're in the process of developing the recommendations. They will be ready in time for your August meeting. So we'll have the recommendations ready at that point. We're also going to work with the superintendent's cabinet that's focused on this. And so working the recommendations through them as well to continue to look at that. We're also going to be working, the task force is going to identify what we call our bright spots. So we're going to be looking at 3 districts in Wyoming that seem to be doing well in the area of retention and recruitment, looking at their lessons learned and the practices that they're employed to see to see the successes that they've had. We're also going to be doing that, looking at 3 districts nationally that align with what we see, line with kind of like what Wyoming looks and feels like.
So you're expecting that to be ready in August?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is accurate.
Okay.
As we go through it's really addendum B in your, if you're looking at the memo that we put together on teacher retention and recruitment on page 5 is where I'm starting. I will say we're going to go through the teacher perceptions of this. So it's leaving out anybody that was an admin. It is leaving out anybody that's considered support staff, professional staff, district staff, those kinds of things, and just focusing on our teachers. To give you an idea of who filled out this survey, 88% of them were white, 94% of them had a bachelor's degree, almost 94% of them worked as full-time teachers. The average age of the respondent was 43. Most of them are mid-career teachers, so 6 to 20 years is about 55% of them. So looking at that, 55% of them were in their school district for less than 10 years. 51% of these teachers taught elementary school, 34% were teaching middle school, and 33% were teaching high school. On page 6, if you look at the graphs there, I think they tell you a pretty interesting story, especially given what we were just listening to. In the graph that you see right there, in that first one, it is looking at the number of teachers that are looking at leaving teaching in the next year, in the next academic year, about 1 in 5. 1 in 3 are going to be looking at leaving in the next 2 academic years. So those are pretty high numbers with a lot of mid-year career teachers. So just these are not, I don't believe we're just looking at retirements here. When we look at teacher preparation and retention, about 37% of them said that their teaching preparation trained them adequately. So only about 1/3 of them felt prepared when they were going in. When we looked at some of the overarching kind of recommendations that kind of started emerging through the data, one of the things we're seeing is that we're going to see a lot of pieces around teacher salaries and benefits, the importance of administrators and administrations and communities' respect towards teachers, or at least their perceived respect. They're going to look at teacher behavior. I mean, we'll talk about student behavior for a second. I know we spent all morning talking about that, but I just want you to know that those implications it's not just about the kids. Those things that are happening with our students, and you saw it even with our superintendents that were here, it impacts them as well. Teachers are looking for opportunities for having their voices heard and having a say in a way that they can positively impact the education system. When we looked at the top when we gave them basically 20 different things to rank order in terms of things that would keep them in the field, that are important to them. And so when we looked at it, number 1 was higher salary. Number 2 is that they're looking for stronger administrative support. Number 3 was the additional behavioral supports for students. Teachers are finding, they're not always prepared for the behaviors that are showing up in their classroom. They don't all, well, some districts and some schools are able to bring in behavior interventionists. Not all schools have those. And if you look at the role of the principal, they end up with a lot of these kids as well as discipline issues and things like that. So they're, the principals themselves are having to deal with some of those pieces.
Mr. Chairman, can I get a quick question on this? I'm kind of curious your methodology on this. I see that it's the average rank order, but then the proportion of teachers. And so I see that the rank order is how they would do that. But then if I look at the proportion of teachers, it seems to me that behavioral support for students seems to rank more on, or would be a larger proportion of teachers saying that that's it. So I guess, is this what you guys are going to come back to us with, a complete detailed report, and how you guys plan on commingling these two data sets together?
Mr. Chairman, yes, but I will say, this is the methodology was this, right? First, you rank order it, right? So when you say like I higher salary, that was like showing up as number 1. And 78% of the teachers were saying that they ranked it really high in that list of 20. When you look at stronger administrative support, it showed up, right, by 43% of the teachers that said it, but it showed up really high in their rank order. Does that make sense? Okay. I was waiting for the question. I was prepared. When we look at some of this, like the salary, nearly 48% of teachers don't think their pay structures are equitable. When we looked at the open-ended responses connected to this, they actually connected the salaries to feelings of value, respect, and appreciation within the community. So it's not just about, I want to get paid more because I want to get paid more. They're reflecting that back into that sense of value that they have. When they look at stronger administrative support, that is related also with the student, they connected in the open-ended responses, they connected that to the support they needed from student behavior and mentorship as well, right? So, sorry, student behavior, as well as needing more mentorship from administration. Behavioral supports for students, this was selected by more than half of the teachers, right, at 58%. Additionally, 68% of the teachers agreed that student behavior issues made their jobs more difficult. And then when we looked at the open-ended responses, it further identified teacher shortages and the larger class sizes contributing to the behavior management challenges, right? So they're already having issues with behaviors. We have larger class sizes now because we can't hire all of the teachers. So my class that used to be 20 is now 30. And I have more behavior issues and it's harder for me to deal with it. And now I'm dealing with one student and I've got, a large class that is also having to kind of take a pause while I'm working with the student, kind of get the picture, I think. Respect is the next one that they talked about. Only 12% of teachers actually reported not feeling valued by students, and 15% reported not feeling valued by parents, suggesting that while teachers feel respected, there's still room for improvement. It also demonstrates in our we see demonstrations of respect requested by teachers that were in the form of compensation, incentives, training, support, gestures. So they're kind of commingling some of these things when we start talking about respect. So it's a proxy starting to show some, a proxy for, as how they're seeing respect. They also talked about the high stakes testing. About 85% of our teachers actually agree there's too much emphasis on standardized testing. And then the last thing, looking at the confidence in the systems and feeling valued, 58% believe they feel that they can get support when they need it. 69% are comfortable going to their supervisor. The majority of teachers actually reported a positive working environment, and 72% report their work environment is somewhat collaborative or collaborative. 80% are reporting that their work environment is somewhat respectful, and that in spite of all of the challenges, teachers love their work, they love their communities, and they love the students they serve. And I think the last little chart on the last page, on page 8, or the table here, just kind of shows you how they're, again, a sense of value, right? So the 19% of teachers don't feel valued by their school administration, and the further away from the classroom you get, the higher that number gets, right? So 38% of teachers don't feel valued by their district administration. 27% of teachers feel a lack of support, a lack of confidence in their school leadership versus 42% in their district leadership. And then 53% of teachers didn't feel their perspectives are considered in the district decision-making, whereas it's 57% when you look at the state. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
What testing is being regarded as high stakes?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we asked them what they were thinking. I will tell you that when we met as a task force, I think there was some, I think there's a, I'm not sure it's always clear to the teacher what is high stakes testing from the state and what are testing that's connected to their districts. So I think there's some of that. But there is a lot of emphasis, will say, right? There's a lot of emphasis put on this, right? We talk about it all the time about YTOP and the fact that, right, we've had discussions about the third grade reading levels and some of those kinds of things, and they're feeling connected, they're feeling those pieces as well.
I appreciate your question because I had the exact same question, and then maybe more of a comment to what you were just saying, that, and I think maybe this is maybe not the feeling of the entire committee, but certainly me, there should be some level of high stakes testing, right? I mean, if we're hiring teachers, we're expecting them to teach kids and we're expecting progression. That being said, I think that would be really important for us to hear, because one of the other things that I've heard for 7.5 years sitting on this committee is that we do too much testing. And so if we're doing too much testing and we have too many high stakes tests, now I'm hearing anecdotal evidence. I want to know exactly what it is when we're going through this. Is if it's too much testing, then we need to get rid of some of the smaller tests. If it's too many high stakes testings, maybe we can reduce the amount of high stakes testing. There's a lot of ingrained issues there that need to be addressed, but I think this is good information. Maybe by the time we come back in September, it would be a little more flushed out for us to make some valuable decisions on it.
Because I've always thought of a high stakes test as something happens to the student if they don't pass it, or something happens to the teacher if the student doesn't pass it. And I don't know that we have any of those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know exactly what they meant either, and it might be that it meant different things to different people that wrote that down, likely. But I will say that I have heard a lot of feedback from teachers about a sense of the tests are testing them, and they feel like that there are many factors in those testing that they can't directly control. So that might give some insight into what some high stakes, usually people are speaking in terms of personal interest when they use that term. Unless they're advocating for someone else specifically. So I don't know if that's a fair inference, but from my own conversations with teachers about a sense of that, partly because of the test load, but for them, it is high stakes to some degree. And I'm not saying that's all accurate or we go just with that completely, but there is something to be heard there in terms of the way teachers are being, their own weighing down with that. So I don't know. My guess is for many of them, it meant that it was stakes for them over a lot of factors they have no direct control over, but they would be measured by that. And that is high stakes if it's you that's in that position, I think. But I don't know, I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. I'm just trying to correlate things I'm hearing on the ground with those kinds of statements. So I, again, subject to the idea that everyone who used that term probably has a slightly different view of what they mean by it.
Mr. Chairman, I would likely agree, but I will say, like, our accountability system, they feel the pressure of that, even if it's not, it's a school level, right, accountability model, but they feel the pressure of that. And I will say, we hear from them, the kids feel the pressure of that, which I'm sure comes right from the school, from folks in the school and things like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We added to statute a number of years ago as we were working on the accountability. We actually capped the amount of high stakes testing time at something like 1%. That has, I know, been interpreted that it's 1% actual in-seat testing time, excluding all of the preparation. And so what ends up happening is I think at least 3 times the amount of time is spent doing it. When I can speak firsthand about the intent. The intent was the entirety of everything associated with the YTOP should not take more than 1%. And I think we were being generous on the 1% time. And this is something that I've seen creep over the years where it's a tremendous amount of time. And I have kids in school and they take the YTOP and I talk to them about it. And it is not a minor thing. Even though, yes, we did build it structured so that it was school level, there was a lot of thought that went into it, and we had a lot of intentional actions. But at the end of the day, I know everyone feels the pressure. The kids feel the pressure. I am giving a talk to my kids when they're going, oh, tomorrow's YTOP day. I need to get, I need to go to bed early. I need to eat a better breakfast. Right, this is my 3rd grader that is planning all of that out. And I'm like, look, let me tell you, relax. It's going to be okay. Let's talk about what this test is supposed to do, and you're going to be fine. But they all feel it. And that's on us. That's something that we can directly affect. We created that circumstance, and we can fix that circumstance. And that's something that we probably should directly address, because if we can alleviate stress, we can certainly try to remedy this, and maybe it means providing some clarity on the 1% statute. Maybe it means reducing the number of years we test where we got good, strong baseline. There's a lot we can do, Mr. Chairman.
But it also may be beneficial to us to some degree. What I'm hoping at some point we'll see is the administrators will rationally feel that that YTOP test is high stakes for them. Because that's really what we're trying to do is get at the way the system is run and get it managed. And if you don't have the data to base your management on, you aren't managing. And I think that's one of the problems we got.
Mr. Chairman. There's no question, that was the intent of YTOP. That's why YTOP exists. And that's why the Accountability and Education Act exists, is to provide that type of data. But again, it doesn't mean you need as much as we have. And honestly, everyone is pretty well baselined at this point in time. And the total amount of time that's needed, the total number of questions, we had test questions running through, we still do. There's a lot that goes into it, but this is something that we should probably take a sophisticated look at and contemplate where we could trim the total amount of tests and the total amount of testing time to reduce that. Now, unfortunately, we don't have large enough districts to have the statistical significance to give partial testing, right? That's what NAEP does. You do a survey of tests, you distribute that around, and it makes life easier. The total burden is lower. But this is the committee that needs to revisit the onerous burden that we placed through YTOP and relax it, and do it in a way, working with psychometricians and working with the community, where we don't lose what you're looking at and talking about, Mr. Chairman. We still want the information and the data, but we now have several years of experience where we can probably thoughtfully scale it back. And we can also get back to that point where that 1% we put in statute was unquestionably intended to be the all-in amount of time associated with testing. and it is not being implemented that way, so we can clarify that.
Again, this is really probably for members of the committee, but one of the questions I have about the YTOPS is how much of the data collected actually benefits the individual child? Because I feel like there's been a shift in testing towards the overall programming, the overall curriculum, how well a teacher's doing, but I'm not clear on how the YTOPS help in terms of the individual, say that this is where this child is, this is the actual things they really need help with, to individualize their education, because that used to be why we tested.
Let me take a stab at answering that, and I'm going to call the State Department of Education. The YTOP is not so much designed to impact the instruction of the average child. I think it may in some occasions, but it's really not as designed for that. What it's designed for is to give us information on how the overall system is working, particularly at the district level. That's our key management level. That's with our local control, the management level that can actually change things. Frankly, I don't think we're using it as well as we can. I think the data is there and we need to make more use of it. Because one thing we're seeing, it's certainly true in the reading area, I think it's true in the math area, we're seeing that there are major differences among the districts that are hard to explain by anything other than the quality of the management of the district. Now that, if you can improve the management of the district, then you improve the results for the child quite a bit. A child who resides in Sheridan number 2, the big district in Sheridan, has a much better chance of succeeding academically than one that lives here in Casper. Sheridan does 50% better job, bluntly, on the key reading test. We aren't using it to put that kind of pressure on. I think we need to. That's what it's designed for. And if you can improve the management of the overall system, you will have a very positive impact on quite a number of the children. But it doesn't directly impinge as much as it might on the education the children get. WD, do you want to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, happily. I will say, as a requirement from the U.S. Department of Education, you have to be able to measure each child. It's part of the reason we changed the whole system changed when No Child Left Behind came in, that started requiring, instead of the sample testing like you were talking about, it required you to be able to look at each individual child. It is a summative assessment, so it is not gonna, the summative assessment itself will not impact instruction for that year, right? It's all said, pretty much said and done by the time they take it. So it is, but can be used by the following school year with the teachers. We do look at it for growth and looking at, are they making adequate growth? And if you don't do it at the individual student level, that becomes, right, very difficult because I don't have information on all students. So you do have that. I will say the department has, in order to support districts with this, which is where I do think some of the high stakes testing kind of, it feels like it's always high stakes, is that we do have the interim assessments, right, that they can do in the fall and the spring. We have the modular assessments that they can take whenever they want. That kind of helps help get the students kind of give a checkpoint on how they're doing in preparation for the assessment. And so I suspect that some of what they're seeing and they're feeling is some of that as well. I will say those do have opportunities to impact instruction, right? If you take some of those and you're seeing that students are still struggling in certain areas or whatever, then you can provide additional supports, and I'm certain school districts do things like that, right? And using their own assessments as well to measure where students are and the supports and interventions and strategies they need to support them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and it might be worth having a an hour or something in another meeting on assessment and on the Wyoming Accountability and Education Act, because there's an awful lot going on in terms of how these tests are used. And when I was referring to the YTOP as far as it being onerous and high stakes, it really was the summative assessment, but YTOP was structured as a suite that includes formative assessments and assessment tools that are intended to influence teaching and education in the classroom. Those are lower stakes, and those are just probes and moments in time they're intended to be. And there's sort of, honestly, I'd like some feedback on that, because I've heard mixed reviews on whether they are effective as tools in that capacity. But those are low stakes, and those are supposed to be informing teaching and education. With the YTOP, though, when the Accountability and Education Act was created, there were a series of different things that we needed to measure as a part of it. That was performance, it was growth, and then it was equity and career and CTE, college and career readiness. Were the various components that went into it, and then those were effectively managed at the school level and then a district aggregated level. So there's a lot that goes into this, and it does some of those things fairly well as far as the evaluation. The growth was always the focus, because the growth is the key to educating. When you're handed a student, that student is going to come in with a variety of different skills and knowledge. You don't know what that is when you get them. The key to good education is, did I grow them over the year? And that's something that the YTOP was intended to very carefully analyze, and thus the reason why it is tagged to individual students. Even if the performance ends up being aggregated, you're getting a growth rating. But these concepts, honestly, we haven't talked a lot about assessment, and we haven't talked a lot about how these different tests work. This is an area where, again, I think we can improve and scale back the burden without decreasing the fidelity of the information. Hopefully, it's something that we can talk about. But honestly, if you start scaling it back in terms of not doing it every year, you lose the impact of the growth data, as an example. So when we built this system, it wasn't this group, it wasn't the education committee that built it. We brought in top tier consultants that are experienced in this space, and they worked with us to design a system. I would love to visit with them again, the same people or similar people, and say, all right, our objective now is, this was too onerous. What can we do with scientific data integrity to scale this back and reduce the burden without reducing the fidelity of it? And I think that would be something beneficial for the community here.
Chairman, that was exactly the same conversation I had with Dr. Ballard this morning, and had already primed her up. And she's working or will work on that. Beautiful.
Mr. Chair, I'll bring in the assessment experts when we go to do that.
Do it.
We're getting pretty well off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully I can pull back my strain of thought. One of the things that I think we discussed during the session in our pre-education meetings was that there are county or district level assessments, I guess. And I'd maybe like to have a better picture of that, because I think if I remember correctly, it was like a third of what the testing was, or it was substantial. And so I'm wondering if that is part of that impact, going back to, teachers being happy in their positions, and this burden of standardized testing. I think getting that in that picture would be helpful as well as we're doing this. And then in addition to that, I think, when we talked about standards and we had these experts come in and help us build this model, that now we have some of the best readers in the country. We have the best students in math. We did a great job on those things, but one of the things you don't see on our testing that I think we see a dearth in is well-being or mental health. I don't know what that looks like. It's an idea I've pulled out of my brain that I don't know if anyone's doing it, but and it's not to say I want to add any more standardized testing to how our students doing, but I think what our standardized tests have done have directed education in a direction that's been helpful. and we probably went too far, and now we need to come back. But what else can, how can we look at that to improve the discussions that we had this morning?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, okay? Everybody wants these kids to perform well. That's why it's high stakes. We all want that, and the kids themselves want to perform well. And just one example, and this is really hard as a teacher, especially where I'm from. Let's say 3 kids, or you got a class of 28 kids, and 3 of them have missed more than 60 days in the school year. And they're expected to perform really high on that test. And you're accountable for that as a teacher, and you can see that data and you can track that data to that individual teacher. That's where the high stakes, that's where the stress level's coming from. I know that because I'm experiencing that, and my wife and my daughter, I'm speaking to them. That is not easy. Okay, that's all.
Quick question, if I may. I just like some clarification. I think, did I understand you correctly when you said that we've got tests to prepare for the tests that we can give our kids so that we're testing to test to test?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I'd quite say it that way. But it's intended to say, like, here's like, right, the YTOP is intended to measure whether students are kind of meeting the proficiency level that's defined in our standards, our content and performance standards. And so the idea of these interim assessments and the modular ones is to kind of take a dipstick measure about how well am I doing in terms of getting them ready for meeting all of these standards, right? It kind of gives them kind of a dipstick measure of that. And I think that's the intent behind it.
Okay, just a follow-up if I may. So, but we're adding, we have one big test, but we're testing before we test for the big test that is maybe increasing the anxiety in the classrooms because we're testing and then testing and then testing.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add one caveat to that? And that is only that it is an option for districts, right? They don't have to do it. It's right, it becomes an option for them. It's available if they want to use it. They don't have to.
We need to move on with the stuff. Ask one question. I'm afraid to derail this. Are we finished with your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. And we've got the review of teacher attrition survey. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mullen is joining us online again for this section.
Thank you. We're going to try to be brief because all I have to say, first of all, we'll introduce Dr. Hickman here and Mr. Hutch. I did of education as well as Dr. Ballard for their excellent survey. Last year when we did this survey, and I will henceforth as the old shoe, we sampled about 700, and we were pretty proud of that, but they have 3,000, and their findings align with ours. And a lot of the recommendations and conversation that we've listened to here, we were gonna do. So just for the sake of everybody, I wanna skip through that, if it's okay with you, Chairman, and members of the committee, get to some new stuff that we've done, and then take questions. But first, I'd like to introduce Dr. Hickman. She is a colleague of mine. She runs the Educational Leadership Program at the University of Wyoming College of Education, and Mr. Hutchinson, who is with WEA, who helped us sample last year. And I'm Mark Perkins. I am the Assistant Dean of Data Assessment and Accreditation. And here we go. All right. I have to find the right button. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. So some of this we also presented in October. And so that's another thing. I don't want to generate too many redundancies. All right. So I'll give a quick theoretical model of attrition. This isn't just based off of my work, but it's based off of literature that Dr. Hickman, myself, and other collaborators have reviewed. We'll give a quick overview of the survey that we did a year ago, which I call now the old shoe because it's a year old, right? And we have newer data with the attrition task force. I want to talk about monetary factors, and I want to add to the conversation of what Dr. Stoddard has done. I've developed a dashboard that looks at first-year teacher salaries by school district in Wyoming compared to peripheral communities. And then Dr. Hickman will go, and then we may have comments and then questions. All right. So as I've studied this issue for the past year, I found that attrition, or really teacher satisfaction, and really even more so employee satisfaction, okay, is really a combination of monetary factors, workplace factors, and then internal factors. And so salary and this idea of support and assessment pressures, which you guys had a great conversation about, and then mental health and identity as a teacher. And now some of these policy-wise are kind of difficult to legislate, right? But some of these there may be things that you can do. And there are certainly things my college needs to do as well. All right. So we developed our survey. We had about 700 teachers, and I've had a dashboard and a report on it out. And if you can always email me if you want the link, I'll send it to you, okay? And we had about 12% last year said they were going to leave teaching. And so when Dr. Ballard's work came and I read it, I was surprised to see that 20%, because I really thought that we might have sampling bias, because you're only going to respond maybe if you're grumpy. So I was really surprised to see that number higher with a bigger representative sample. We did ask, if you could, would you quit, but you still are going to stay? And 65% agreed or strongly agreed to that. There are some things about soft quitting. When I was a kid, my dad had a term similar to lazy butt. When you're really disgruntled, you just do the minimum, right? Not something we want teachers to do. We don't want teachers doing the minimum, okay? And so we found this idea of identifying as a teacher, mental health, attitudes towards assessment, and what we called professional support to be the strongest predictors. I used a method called structural equation modeling. Don't need to get into that, but those came up as the strongest predictors, which align with what Dr. Ballard, I gotta be honest, I had nightmares that her survey would come out and be the opposite, and I would be here going, anyways. So here's some recommendations. Consider services to help education employees with mental health. Our colleague, Dr. De Diego, came and produced some documents on wellness programs and things like that within districts this fall. I'm happy to provide those to anybody who's interested. Just email me and I'll send them out, and she's more than happy to share them. I think COVID was somewhat of a mediator variable in which the ball was rolling maybe towards dissatisfaction, but then COVID made it roll a little bit steeper. And I think that things are going to start leveling back to normal. And that's workforce wise, not just teaching. And we need professional development that works, that can help teachers with teaching identity, right? So this idea of I can succeed and improve as a teacher. I can be successful. I can see my students do well. I can feel like I have an impact. And our Dean Thomas, who's leaving, but he started the ball rolling on some programs Dr. Hickman will talk about. And then assessment, basically what I was going to say about that is you have to keep your summative assessment, YTOP. What we need to do is we need to analyze what assessment tools are being used within school districts, which of these assessment tools are redundant, and which ones can we eliminate so that we have more parsimonious assessment of students so that we optimize on the data, but we don't overburden, right? And so we just got to find that perfect balance. And I don't know what that is, but something I'm interested in. All right. Dr. Hickman's going to talk about professional support in a minute. So Dr. Stoddard reported a lot about median salary and that our mean salary. And that's interesting, but the thing is that the longevity of the teacher is going to skew your distribution. So in other words, if you have districts with a lot of people who have been working for a while, their salaries are going to be higher, and that's going to make that mean look higher than newer teachers. So I asked myself a question. I said, how does Wyoming first-year salary compare to other states? And I found this in Chairman Scott. You're not going to like the source. It is NEA, so it might be biased. But the next thing you might like, okay? And I found that Utah and some of these other states are starting to creep up. But then I said, I'm not happy with that. What are the first-year salaries of teachers in Wyoming school districts? And what are the first-year salaries of peripheral communities? Spearfish, Bozeman. And I went to every single dang district website, pulled the data, and made this thing. And hopefully you can see it. This little dashboard. And if you click on this institution map, you can see all of our school districts. And I'm going to scroll down. I live in Representative Brown's district in Cheyenne. So LCSD 1 starts you at $48,420. So I head down south to Poudre School District, Fort Collins. They start you at $48,000. So I move down to Thompson, Loveland. They start you at $44,000. So you can go through this. And so what about Salt Lake City? When we're thinking about Rock Springs and those areas, they now starting teachers at $52,000. So what I'm thinking is there's a competitive I shouldn't say that. I got to be careful. I'm on record. There's a competitiveness of first-year salaries in peripheral communities in Wyoming. Wyoming has always been, I'm from Colorado, and this is not a confession. I did grow up Catholic, but I am from Colorado, okay? And Colorado is notorious for having about $10,000 less in first-year teacher salary than Wyoming, and it was very desirable to get into LCSD 1, for example. But now Poudre School District has gotten a little bit smart, and they've said, no, let's bump up our first-year teacher salaries. And so if you go to this other little tab here, because I asked other questions, what's the proportion of first-year teacher salary to median household income? What's the proportion of first-year teacher salary to average rent? Things like this. And what I found is, so if I go here, you can filter by a different category, and Wyoming's are in blue. I should have made them yellow. But this is the start salary, and this is Representative Brown. Can you guess what state this is? Or what district that is? Right? But you can see that Wyoming still has overall higher first-year salaries, okay? But when I click on, let's say, median rent, this is by county based on US Census data. Wyoming is more affordable to live in. So even if Poudre School District is paying me $48,000, it is more affordable for me to live in Cheyenne and work for LCSD 1. So in addition to benefits, that might be another thing for recruitment. When I was 22, I didn't know what median rent meant. So there might be a need to educate young people. And then on this last, you can filter the data and download it as an Excel file for your own use. And then there's a little data dictionary. And so that'll be out there for you to use and look at. But the point is what I think might be happening is that we used to take teachers from other states, because Stoddard said we are now down to 50% out-of-state recruits. These states are now competing with our first-year teacher salaries within the periphery of our state. My goal is to create a national database of this, and I'm going to be talking to colleagues in other states and other universities and updating the dashboard and things like that. So that was just one tool I wanted to give to you that might help inform this problem. And I believe I am finished with my section. So now it's on to Dr. Hickman. Okay.
This is a preliminary education. We may want a graduate course.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I love being here. I'm here a lot now.
Chairman Scott and the committee, thank you for giving us a little bit of time this afternoon. As you can tell, Mark and I are kind of excited about both this. We're working on this same dashboard for assessments that you were just talking about, and also this cost of living issue. And I think that a couple of the slides at the end where I'm talking about is this is so much larger than just teacher salary, and it's really what he was just talking about as well. This is kind of cost of living, quality of life, the benefits you were speaking about, and those are all things we want to focus on and really use as recruitment tools, because Wyoming's in pretty good shape there, but we may not talk about that as positively as we could. So I have this, I'm going to skip through this one for a second, but I'm going to go through our quote of Tolstoy, simply because you've all done such a great job of acknowledging this quote today and this idea of how the system helps or doesn't help the people involved in it. And I'm so grateful to have a chance to listen to you talk about the impact of assessment and the impact of reporting and what that looks like. So we try to keep that in mind as well when we're doing this, but I appreciated your kind of acknowledgement of both the responsibility and the accountability pieces that come with this. We want the data, but we know that getting it is an additional burden for schools sometimes. And so this is a really difficult thing to balance, and I appreciate what a great conversation you've had about that today. The piece I'm going to talk about, and again, as Mark just said, this fits in very nicely with the WDE's survey. And go ahead. And so, yeah, it fits in with the WDE survey, and theirs is newer. This was we pulled out the qualitative data from the survey that you looked at last year with Mark. And the information that we got really fell into several categories, what we would call themes, and these won't surprise you. And so the first one we had was the idea of accountability, and that fits into a number of the other, and these are just some teacher comments that these are all anonymous. We don't know where they're from, who said them. But these were comments that came through in that survey about teacher frustrations and some of the things that they wanted to really kind of talk through about this. So accountability was one. And the next one through was behavior. And this has also been a theme for our conversations today, certainly, was this idea of how teachers and school administrators can effectively deal with student behavior. And language actually appeared a number of times, which was interesting. And I would note that when we have sort of a national political discourse that allows that sort of language, that does filter into schools. And then we're asking teachers and principals to follow up with that, but it's really hard to make them, you all know, you're all nodding, so this is hard. The model sometimes that we are setting, not people in this room currently, but we're making it a little tougher when that stuff is allowed. And that certainly came through in the comments that we heard from teachers. And then this idea of aggression and advocating. This particular comment was about parents, but I think it comes through in a lot of other ways too, is how do we deal with idea of accountability, and how do we welcome advocate and and parental involvement, but not have the aggression that seemed to accompany that. And that came through in a number of places as well. Environment was another time, and this you just heard about a little bit too with Dr. Ballard, this idea of having no voice in the district and no voice in the state with policies and practices. And this idea that many of people were supportive, but it doesn't take too many of them to really tip the balance. And I think, again, Dr. Ballard just spoke about that a minute ago. 2 or 3 behavioral issues really changed the tone of a school, and so that came through as well. And there was some ideas about, this feeling, and this gets to a little bit of your conversation about assessments, that there are standards, there are content standards set by the Department of Education. The department does do accreditation of schools, and that's working, and they're following that. And so there was a sense of if everyone would adhere to these standards and regulations, we feel like that's not a terrible system. And so the Department of Ed would probably need to come back and talk to you a little bit more about their accreditation process. But that's a whole other piece to this that isn't assessment, but that also speaks to how students and teachers are meeting standards. And so I think that's an important piece to this conversation. It's not an official assessment, but it certainly is a measure of accountability. And the last one, a couple of the last ones, were really this idea of teachers being humans and looking for grace. And that came through also a little bit as well, and again, this came up in the WDE survey. For a long time, teachers have been in a position in their community where they did feel valued, and they're not feeling that way right now, and that's really hard. And I think that's some of the things that we're hearing about in these comments. So, and then instruction too, and this, no surprise to any of you, came out with a history and government teacher who really felt that for 20 years, he or she had been teaching this and not had any trouble whatsoever, and now is being attacked for being biased. I don't know which direction, because I don't know who wrote the comment. But there was certainly some concern about, in particular, history. Again, not a surprise to any of you who are hearing these same kinds of things from your constituents. And the last piece, and why we titled our research Walk in My Shoes, was really about, I wish the people would come in and walk in my shoes, and that some of these comments that are coming to me, and Dr. Stoddard even referenced this with teacher salaries because they work less, and that they're in a little bit of a lower category there because they don't have as many weeks of work. Most teachers would vehemently disagree with that. And so I think that, this is the idea that they would welcome people to come into schools and see what they're doing. This is not an issue of parents not being welcome in schools or other people not being welcome in schools. I think teachers would be delighted to have that happen. I think the frustration comes when certain subjects are picked on to talk about, but that they have open house and no one shows up. But then those people go to the board and complain about stuff, and that's really, I've spent more nights than I can tell you alone in my classroom waiting for teachers, when I was a classroom teacher, waiting for people to come. And so somehow we've got to find a balance with that idea of how do we encourage meaningful parent interaction. We don't want to discourage it at all, but how do we encourage that? So that definitely came through in the qualitative comments that we had as well. So the research that Mark and I'm going to actually skip through that one, Mark, and just go to additional research here. We have a couple things. So one of the things we're looking at, we've got a paper right now on employee assistance programs, and Dr. Diego did come and speak with you I think in October about that a little bit. But what I say here too is we want to be aware of the emperor's new clothes system, or that factor is that that's not a fix it, right? Because that's a system issue really, that a lot of the things teachers are stressed about where they need an EAP are created by us. And so we need to make sure that we're fixing the right problem, that we're finding the right problem to solve. They're great, and it's been a big benefit. Just yesterday, I got the results of a national study that came out that is teachers are bouncing back up again. They're feeling better. And I didn't have enough time to share that with you. I'd be happy to do that if you'd like to see it. Things are getting better. They're not great. They're not where they were 10 years ago, but they got better in the last 2 years than they were. So we want to look at both the solutions for mental health stresses for teachers, but also the causes of that and make sure we're fixing the right problem. And then the next piece I want to talk about quickly, again, you were asking, and I was overjoyed to hear a conversation about interest in science and sort of evidence-based results around the kinds of things we're talking about. So this is a fairly famous child development psychologist, and he wrote what's called Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems model. And it's about, we rewrote this, but you could put a child at the beginning. It's really about child development and sort of circles of influence that you have in your life. And so we rewrote it for our paper, putting a teacher at the center, but it goes through these different systems. If you're a scientist, you're familiar with ecosystem. This is simply the idea of ecosystem applied to the system of a school. And that the further up you go in those nexus circles, the less influence you have. And so for a teacher, what we're hearing and you're hearing is, geez, all these people in the meso, the exo, and the macro have a ton of influence over what I do, and I never get to talk to them or speak with them, and they don't know what I'm thinking or saying. And this is really kind of a model that fit into what we were looking at, it and really fits into what you're hearing in these surveys. This was and I'm not going to read these to you, but this slide was certainly the different categories. So if you're interested in what people or what systems fit into each of those categories, that's what that looks like. So you can read through that and see as you go up the system. And then the last one, which is Chronos system, is of course for our students of Latin change over time, right? Chronology. And so that one really had a lot of importance for the educational system as a whole, where people felt over time our value has decreased in society. And again, that's really a motivating factor here. Well, an unmotivating factor, I guess, is a better way to phrase that. People feel they feel that deeply, that the position of an educator has changed. And that's hard, because I think most teachers are really proud of their work. And you heard that with Dr. Ballard, and you heard that with what Dr. Perkins said as well. They love their jobs. And so this has been hard. So the chronology part is a pretty important, the chrono system is an important space. The next piece that I want to talk about that Mark and I are working on together, this came up both in our survey and in WDE's work, is this idea of administrative support. We don't know what that means. I teach classes for principals and superintendents. That's what I do. So I'm very interested in hearing how you define administrative support. If someone says, we want more support and the Dr. Ballard's survey said this and so did ours, but I don't know what that means. I really don't. I don't know how we define more administrative support. So we need to know that, because that matters. If I'm teaching principals and superintendents and we can improve that, we should do it. And so we're working on a paper right now to figure out what exactly does that mean? If you say my administrator's not supporting me, what does that look like if they were? How do we do that?
Answer to that one.
Perfect.
Teacher in this district dealing with aggressive high school student. I think the student was male and being aggressive toward a female colleague. This teacher intervened to protect his colleague, and the administrators tried to discipline him. That's the kind of thing where that's a blunt example, but
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing that does go on.
Absolutely.
And when you get administrators not supporting a teacher in that circumstance, the teacher would have to be inhuman not to be offended
Yeah.
by lack of administrative support. And I don't know how common that is. But
Neither do I, but we're going to find out.
a case
Yeah.
here in this district where that happened.
I appreciate that, Chairman. And that's exactly what we're looking for, is that kind of information. And I'm kind of interested, and this will be a little harder to do, but then I'd like to be able to talk to that principal and say, tell me, what were you thinking through? What was happening on your end of this to get that situation? So we have some work to do here in the definition of this, and then how to improve that feeling. Because I don't have a clear picture of what that means. And so we want to do that. Again, for me personally, and what I do for a living, that's helpful. Because if we can improve what that feels like and sounds like in our principal and superintendent people, that would be great. But so we're just starting to work on that right now. We just got permission from the University IRB to have us move through there. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I just add one comment to Dr. Hickman? I think also when we do this research, it will be very important for us to distinguish between support and permissiveness. And so a teacher who does, any employee who does something they shouldn't do might say, I don't feel supported. And so those kinds of things we really want to tease out, if that makes sense.
You good? Okay. And then a couple other things, two other things that we're working on here, because you had a conversation a little bit ago about principals and administrators and what they were doing. One of the things that we have realized in educational leadership program is we have not done a strong job in helping our mentor principals. So our administrative people have student teaching, if you will, just like student teachers. So they go in and do an internship. For a principal internship, it's 435 hours. That's a lot of time. And so that is a classroom teacher who is pulling out and going into intern with a principal for 400 and some hours. They do that in elementary, middle, and high schools, 3 different sites. We have not done a good job of training the mentor principals for that job, and we need to do better there. So we've just applied for a grant to help us put together our first cohort that matches we have that teacher mentor cohort. We're doing the same thing now in leadership with a principal cohort. We have not provided enough support for our principals and superintendents who are acting as mentors, and we need to do a better job there. So we have just put that into place. So we're working on that right now. And we're going through the National Association of Elementary School Principals training program to use, because their information is really good there. So that's one of the things that we have taken steps with. The other piece that we're tracking, and you probably all track this already, but if you don't, it's very helpful. The Education Commission of the States does have a constantly updated data, kind of a dashboard on what other states are doing for recruitment, retention, bills, and policies. So I use it all the time. I'm this summer teaching a policy class, so we read it every week. But it's really helpful if we want to see what are all those states around us, what are they doing for this? How do we compete there? It's a helpful site if you're not already using it, and you probably are, but just in case, it's in there. And again, looking at this national competition, and as you've all talked about today, if you are leaving right now a bachelor's degree program with, and I think Director O'Connor said, secondary math, you can go anywhere in the country and get a job, a good job. So what are we doing in Wyoming to attract those people here? We talked positively about compensation and benefits, but healthcare matters and childcare matters, and in green space matters. Those sorts of things matter too. And so, how do we do a good job of selling this? Because they can go anywhere in this country and get a job. Why are they coming here? And that's part of what the university needs to work on, but we kind of collectively need to have that conversation too. How do we make someone choose us? Because this is the best place to live, and you have a great salary, and you have great benefits, and our administrators are supportive. And so that's kind of the piece we want to think about with that. And then I think you're wrapping us up, and then we'll turn it over to
Chairman. So this project started with concern about teachers, but it quickly distilled into general concerns about educational people who are working within education. We're interested in paraprofessionals, principals, administrative assistants. I mean, bus drivers, this is a systemic problem. And that's why, I get excited about the work WDE is doing. This is a problem that needs to unite all of us together to look at it. Superintendents, if you lose a good principal, that is, I love teachers. I was a teacher, but losing a good principal could be more damaging than just losing a good teacher, because a good principal oversees an entire school. So, and WD is going to provide some data to look at, and Dr. Stoddard talked about which areas, and so we're going to look at that. And I think Mr. Hammond may have some words. Am I right, sir? Yeah. Yep. And then I'm going to sound off. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Grady Hutcherson, President of the Wyoming Education Association. And I think where I would like to begin is first by extending my sincere gratitude. The past 2 days, even though it's been a ton of information, has really demonstrated this intentional collaboration. I spoke to this a year ago about how that's what it's going to take for all of these changes to occur. So I'm so appreciative of all of the different stakeholders being here to work collaboratively so that we can think about such important issues. I feel like much of what I wanted to share has been covered, but I just want to highlight a couple of points, sir. One of the things I'm going to ask all of you to do in your leadership roles and as our home committee for public education is to think about every opportunity you have. I would encourage you to continue to elevate our profession. We are professionals, and I'm going to encourage you to elevate us as professionals. And, you know, I think back at the beginning of my career, teachers were respected. So I'm going to encourage you to do that and to also encourage your colleagues to do the same. I also shared with you all previously this idea and notion of the tone at the top. And I think that's so important for you all. And I try to model that in everything that I do. And I want to add one additional piece in terms of the challenge for classroom educators and for our support professionals, because you may think about a business model or an employee and their employer. It's quite unique for us in terms of the fact that you, in essence, have a building, I'm going to say boss, a district boss, a state boss. So there are all of these different levels that really impact the climate and morale of our educators across the state. So every decision you all make has an impact on that. I need to share a story real quickly with you. In my nearly 30-year career now in education, this past Christmas, it was, I don't think intended to be a Christmas present, but this past Christmas, I was at a Christmas light show, and the person next to me asked me what I did, and I said, a second grade teacher. I've always been passionate and proud as an educator. That person immediately started attacking me as a second grade teacher because of the national rhetoric and how divisive it has gotten. So it does negatively impact us. And I guess I'll make a plea to each of you. When that rhetoric is happening and it's not based on an issue that's an issue in Wyoming, it needs to be shut down. It's damaging, it's hurtful. And all of those will contribute to improving retention and recruitment. I'll stop there and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Mullen. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tate Mullen, Government Relations Director for the Wyoming Education Association. I appreciate everybody's work today. I know we're trying to wrap up, and I feel like I'm batting cleanup here because there's a number of items that I want to bring to your attention. First and foremost, you all should have been provided that taking the temperature, exploring mental health needs of Wyoming teachers and the availability of school district support. That's something that you should have access to, and that is the information that Dr. Perkins and Dr. Hickman were referring to that was presented last October. These four items regarding teacher recruitment and retention, so support, mental health, testing, and salaries, they all intermingle, right? These are not distinct. The lines are blurred with these, and I do want to hit a couple of pieces with a few of these because I think there are some actionable items here. Senator Rothfuss, I think, did a good job, and so did Representative Provenza, about discussing maybe it's time that we really kind of take a peek and reevaluate our assessment system. I had discussed earlier the evolution of education policy in the state of the United States, as well as in the state of Wyoming, and that what inevitably happens is that there are shifts in policy over time. And what ends up happening more times than not is that there are artifacts left from either outdated or partially failed policies. And truth be told, I think some of the experiences that we have going on in the state of Wyoming are artifacts of faulty policies from No Child Left Behind and even under the Obama administration's rise to the top. There were issues under each of those national policies that set the tone that we have sort of emulated at the state level. And when we're thinking about testing and when we're thinking about assessments, I would just ask folks to be very mindful that we don't necessarily need to continue down that track. We understand the need for data. We understand the need for measurements, but to Representative Provenza's point, maybe at some point we need to reel that back a little bit, at least in regards to testing. The other piece I'd like to speak to is the professionalism that President Hutcherson spoke to. Our educators are passionate. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with our educators at the end of the day where they are truly focused on those kids in their classroom. They love their job. That's all they want to do is to be able to teach. And they are professionals. That teaching program that they go through, it is not an easy program, and it should be just as respected as any of the other professions, whether that's a doctor, whether that's a lawyer. They are professionals in those fields and should be respected as such. And when educators, what we have heard, when educators feel that their professionalism is being questioned, and this gets to that support piece, whether that's at the community level, right? Or whether that's at the board level, their building, their district, that has an impact on their mental health. So some of those pieces, right? Those are going to be local pieces that I don't really know what all you could do to legislate anything that really helps bolster that support within those community levels, within a district or within a building. But respecting the professionalism, the testing piece is a big piece. And again, to reiterate President Hutcherson's last point in the elephant in the room is the idea of rhetoric. I've had numbers of conversations with educators across this state who are just so incredibly heartbroken. The rhetoric that is out there that is directed towards educators, our education system, classrooms, libraries, and what we have heard is that there is this frustration, and what I have heard from educators is there's a frustration when there seems to be an emphasis on charter schools, voucher systems, and when that is highlighted as a potential for innovation, all while during the legislative sessions, we've seen a couple sessions where bills were attempted to be passed that would restrict what our educators could do and what materials they could use within a classroom, that limits their ability to innovate. If we really want to innovate, if we really want to make sure that our students are getting the best education they can get, we can't tie the hands of one and then say that this other one's going to do a better job. They feel assaulted when they hear that rhetoric. And in the last piece, we had not one, not two, but we had multiple bills that potentially opened our librarians and educators up to criminal prosecution for obscenity, for materials, all for policies that we can take care of at a local level with local control that we have done. The issue in Casper was resolved at that local level. So I would ask that we be mindful in reiterating President Hutcherson's point. We have some issues to deal with. We've got some testing issues. We've got some things, we've got some mental health issues with our students that we need to address. Let's focus on these real Wyoming problems. We don't need to bring that in. I do appreciate everybody's work and diligence on this. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Brian Farmer and a couple of the superintendents, they're still here. Comment. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Brian Farmer, Executive Director of Wyoming School Boards Association. With me, Dr. Margaret Crespo, Superintendent for Laramie County School District Number 1, and Ryan Thomas, Superintendent for Uinta County School District Number 1, which is Evanston. Mr. Chairman, I think you've heard that there is a teacher shortage, and you've heard maybe varying accounts of whether it impacts or exists in Wyoming. But Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important to hear from those who deal with it, who are living, trying to fill school districts. And so what is the real experience in Wyoming? Not the theoretical, not the what it should be, but what's really happening and what are the real challenges. So just a very couple brief comments before I turn it over to the two superintendents to talk about their experiences. This is something that is challenging for Wyoming school districts across the board. It is not just challenging to hire teachers. It is challenging to hire bus drivers. It is challenging to hire cafeteria staff. It is challenging to hire personnel across the board, and that includes administrators as well. Certainly, there are fewer and fewer candidates for all positions, not just teachers, but fewer and fewer candidates for all positions. So the other piece that I could tell you is that just because a position is filled does not mean that it was filled with the ideal candidate or filled with the same types of candidates that we had in the past. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, the other thing I would tell you, the one data source that maybe is somewhat helpful, it is not complete. Wyoming School Boards Association does maintain a vacancies page, but all that is a snapshot in time. If you Google Wyoming teaching jobs, Wyoming education jobs, anything like that, your top hit is going to be that web page. There are over 3,000 hits on that on any given day and as many as 9,000 at some peak times. But all it is a listing service. We list on behalf of Wyoming school districts who request it. So it is not every position at every time, nor is it a record that we have kept over time. That's something we could do if the legislature were to need that data. We would certainly be happy to start recording that and keeping that historical record for you. But that is at least one place for a snapshot at any given point in time. With that, I think it's good for you to hear from those who, again, are in the trenches.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Very high level. I have data within the last 2 years, which is when I arrived. Margaret Crespo, the superintendent in LCSD1. It's a national issue, and you can find research and articles and books on it all over. The shortage is in all areas of education, as was mentioned. In LCSD1, we have 1,330 certified staff. 419 are 50 years or older. And that makes up 31.5% of our population of teaching staff. And that does not include those that leave within the first couple of years that we've already heard about today. There are not enough people in the pipeline in order to bring educators into the forefront. Fortunately, over the last couple of years, our federal relief funds have helped with innovations to recapture by providing incentives, attracting and retaining, but that is not a long-term solution. When I left this morning, we have 45 certified positions open right now. 25 of those are in special education. And there is nowhere near that number, probably single digits when I left, of applicants in the system. And less of those are considered qualified for the positions that we have open. As with others throughout the state, we are a boundary district, so we are competing with other districts. As an example, we're headed into the salary conversation, and we absolutely know that one of our neighbors will be offering $50,000. So I need to change that chart because that's where they are. So we're trying to keep up with salary, benefits, and compensation models that attract and retain. And although our goal is to have long-term solutions, I'm bringing some of the things that we've done forward so that you're aware that we're all trying. So very honestly, we're recruiting from North Dakota. They have more qualified candidates coming out of the pipeline. We have a number of partnerships with UW around CTE programming to attract specialty areas. We have Mentor Corps program, which partners incoming teachers with teachers who already are considered mentors. We have the Prepare program, which takes paras and puts them into the teacher pipeline. We also have the state apprentice partnership process that was talked about earlier today, and we're very excited about those opportunities. But that only includes maybe 11 or 12 or 20 people. And those are all very short-term solutions. We also, you heard today that we don't have a teacher pipeline system for teacher cadets. Actually, LCSD1 does have one, where we have a teacher cadet program where students are earning concurrent or dual enrollment so that they can go into the teaching pipeline. For us, mental health assistance has been really incredible to keep our teachers connected for all the reasons that you heard today. So we've expanded our employee assistance just as a first step to try to provide support. And we recognize that we have to understand the desires of the upcoming workforce. So many of the student teachers and many of the teachers don't want to know about retirement. They don't want to know about health savings accounts. They want more flexibility in their schedules. They want more flexibility in their time off. And we always, at least in LCSD1, try to keep very simple. We had an employee tell us, "I cannot buy groceries with your benefit package, sir." And that's really what we're always trying to make sure of, that we're meeting the needs of those individuals where they are coming out of the pipeline. I appreciate your time. It's a privilege to come here and speak. And with that, I will hand it over.
Chairman, members of the committee, just like to express appreciation for this opportunity and also to express appreciation for the ECA that you provided this year. Those funds are significant in Evanston, and in terms of our teachers and our goals and our directives, very important. Also, as the largest employer in Uintah County, those funds are important to our community too. So thank you very much. I am going to be brief. Any questions? Yeah. I am going to start back in 1987 when I was hired at Uintah County School District. I was recruited out of Utah, and it was probably pretty easy to do. I moved 80 miles and received an $8,000 increase to teach middle school and coach 4 sports. The recruitment was very easy because the retirement plan in Wyoming is excellent. 100% insurance, fully paid by the district, and retirement was fully paid by the district. 1987 was also the year that Representative Berger was an 8th grader. So. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. In 1993, I recruited and hired 5 teachers to North Elementary as a brand new principal, using roughly the same model that I was recruited to Evanston. We used that model probably until, I'd say 2005, 2006, when things changed. And as a result of, I believe, changes in the funding model, salaries and benefits improved. And it was so much easier to recruit in Evanston. We'd go to job fairs, we'd show our starting salary, and the districts in Utah would just be quite angry with us. We were able to recruit out of hundreds of applications the best and the brightest to Evanston, Wyoming. Our competition was really with Uintah 4 and Afton. That's who we really competed with. It wasn't the state of Utah. Being 4 miles outside of Utah, that was our source. Of course, like everyone else in Wyoming, we tried to do our best to steal as many applicants from the University of Wyoming. We liked those teachers. They understood the weather. They understood the seasons, winter and road construction, and they were quality candidates. But still, the bulk of our recruits came from Utah, Idaho, and we counted on that. We're 80 miles from 5 large universities, BYU, UVU, University of Utah, Weber State, and Utah State. 2 large job fairs in Utah with hundreds of applicants with kids willing to look at our poster that said 43,000, full benefits paid, retirement. You can afford a house in Wyoming as a brand new teacher. That was our message, and we were successful. Things started to change for us in about 2012. We've lost roughly 25 students a year since 2012, so over 300 students we've lost. So we've suffered from declining enrollments in Evanston. At the same time, funding from the state changed. Things got tighter. Our benefit package shift from 100% paid retirement to now it's 3.8 0.86, I think, percent that our employees pay. Roughly 17% of our insurance premiums are paid by the employee. As you've seen by the charts, salaries flatlined. I can tell you that competition in Utah over the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, has totally changed. We no longer can recruit out of the Utah job fairs. There is no interest in Wyoming from those candidates, unless they are students that came from Wyoming. We probably this year had less than 10 applicants out of 2 very large job fairs, Utah North, Utah South. We also go to Idaho State University and recruit. They typically includes Brigham Young University, Idaho students, and we just can't compete. If you're familiar with what's happening in Utah, you've heard that they're trickling up and they're catching us. They've passed us. Their starting salaries now is approaching $60,000 on average. The governor of Utah is adamant that they'll be to $60,000 by the time he's done. Idaho, I just heard, they're committed to $50,000. Every teacher in Utah got a $6,000 increase this year. So in terms of our pool, we have to steal more candidates from the University of Wyoming. We raise our own. We do our best to do that. We appreciate the PTSB for their support with these exception authorizations, because more and more of our teachers are coming from within, and we're building our own. Even with that, we have open positions, not as many as Cheyenne, but still a position for us unopened is critical. I can tell you that the bigger impact that I see is last year, for the first time in 15 years, we lost 2 principals. One of them was a 15-year veteran, one of the best principals I've ever worked with, and the other one was a 7-year principal, been in our community for 7 years, and he was a rock star. We lost both of those individuals to Utah. The individual that had 15 years experience went to a smaller district. He went to a smaller middle school and was the vice principal and got a 20% raise. The rock star went to one of the largest middle schools in Utah, and he won't tell me how much he made, but it's probably more than 20%. So this just doesn't impact our teachers. It impacts our administration too. My concern more than anything else is that we've lost the ability to draw the best and the brightest to our community. And that will impact the classroom, which we know has the biggest impact on instruction. Probably the last thing I'll leave you with is, I hate to sit before you and complain. That's not my position. Without offering a suggestion and a solution, I think the solution is really pretty clear. I think the ECAs have to continue, they have to be consistent, and they have to focus on really what's happening in our communities. And the second thing is that I believe is probably the biggest impact is those model salaries need to reflect the actual salaries in Wyoming. Those 2 things alone, I don't think you'd be hearing that we're no longer competing. We'd be able to move forward and do the things we need to do. I've appreciated the funding in Wyoming and the education that we can provide our students. I just worry that we'll miss the opportunity to maintain and to attract the best and the brightest if we don't act now. It's really getting scary. So with that, I thank you for your time and stand for any questions.
And Mr. Chairman, just before that, the one last piece that we need to be sure you are aware of is housing continues to be a challenge in many Wyoming communities. Not just the price of housing, but the actual availability of housing. In some communities, the listings, the available places to live is in the single digits. And so that remains a tremendous challenge. Our communities are working both locally and with the state to try to resolve housing challenges, but that does remain a serious impediment, particularly in Teton County.
So you mentioned that you had 10 applicants roughly from the job fair. what was the contrasting number that you would have had back in 2012 from that same job fair when things were good?
Probably the best way to answer is that we'd sit and compete with Granite School District's a good example, very large district. They'd have a line of students that would, applicants wanting to be interviewed. We'd get at least 40 to 50 for each of our positions, more for elementary as compared to the secondary content specific. We've never had an abundance of special ed candidates. They're always been rather lean, but those job fairs always provided us a large number of recruits.
And one thing that we've also heard recently is the hard to fill positions are now impossible to fill positions, and looking at things like your band teacher, your computer science teacher, French teacher. I don't know what your current hard to fills are, but how is that contrasted between now and 2012? Is that kind of an accurate narrative?
I can tell you this year we had a foreign language position open. We had 3 applicants. We offered it to the best candidate. He declined, went somewhere else. Since that time, in order to fill that position, we moved a math teacher into that foreign language spot because he also certified in foreign language. Since that time, we've had another resignation in foreign language with no applications. We have a secondary English position with no applications. And that's really, we begin recruiting in February and we want our positions hired in March, or we've missed the ball. But now teachers leave in May, and that's where we'll struggle. I don't know what we'll do with foreign language. I asked the principal today, what's your plan? And he says, well, I guess I better study up on my Spanish. So that's how we'll solve it.
Giving me a look, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned housing. I'm wondering if there are any districts that are doing anything creative around that, or if housing is tied at all to that. I know it would probably pull from the block grant, but any information on that would be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps the most creative is looking at housing development in Teton County, utilizing state school parcel for building of teacherages. But I think others look at available properties. Some of our very small communities have that kind of challenge, and so have looked at the district acquiring property just so they can hold on to some inventory because they know that people moving into the community are going to need those, but those become then time limited. People only have so many years to find other housing because that one is time limited. So there are some solutions there, but again, all districts have conversations locally with folks about what can we do to partner on housing development and housing availability. It is sometimes the case that you find folks living in outlying communities and having to drive into the district that they work in. That is certainly a challenge in certain parts of our state where there just is not housing within the district. And so teachers are driving 40 miles or they're driving 20 miles or they're driving something to get into their district.
Just to add to that uniqueness from my own personal experience, my daughter's a second-year teacher. She's having a hard time finding a place. So uniquely, she stays with us. And the same year she got hired on, there were 2 new teachers that moved into Evanston. And I think it was, Mr. Thomas, about a day before they started teaching, our principals, our staff, we all finally found a place for these kids. This is Evanston, so not Teton County. So this is Evanston, and we worked together to find these 2 young teachers, young adults, a place to live that was the least affordable. But the unique thing is my daughter's living with us and we're trying to get rid of her. But one thing that my wife and I have talked about is maybe we need to start, when she leaves, maybe we'll offer that to new teachers and they can come live with us, or student teachers. We've talked about that too. And it's very unique, housing is.
Thank you all very much. We have a public comment period if there's anybody brave enough. But okay.
Your funds will be contributed towards housing.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Rob Hill, and I serve as the Public Policy Chairman for the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education and the President of Wyoming Skills USA. Briefly wanted to talk to you about our CTE teacher pipeline shortage. In Wyoming, we've been blessed with the incredible facilities, funding, grants, and demand for our CTE students, from our CTE students. We also have deep partnerships with our business and industry groups. Our CTE programs are critical to workforce and economic development, as they are the beginning stages for career development and training. We have, however, had persistent problems with finding qualified teachers to fill these critical CTE positions in our districts. Without these qualified CTE teachers, it's difficult to meet the demand for CTE in the state. Each year, many of our CTE positions go unfilled and are often used for other content areas when a candidate is not found. Our professional industry certifications do help to fill some vacancies. In order to keep up with retirements, we need to create a consistent pipeline of CTE teachers to meet demand for our districts. We have an enormous amount of resources allocated to CTE that hinge on having a qualified teacher. It's our hope we can see Wyoming create this pipeline of teachers in the interest of our students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions on CTE teacher pipeline. Yeah. Okay.
This is for the superintendent. Maybe just, have you looked into the new CTE grant that the state that we offered? Have you guys looked at applying for that? Yes, you have. Yes, Shane. Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney is online and would like to provide some public comment. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry. The chairman is going to take public comment in the room real quick, Representative Sweeney, and then we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have my cue card here, just so you know. I hope to follow the all the formalities. Thank you for your time. I will be brief. I will say that one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had in my career as an educator was to serve on the Teacher Retention and Recruitment Task Force.
Can you tell us your name?
Yes, thank you. I'm Karen Persley, and I'm an educator in Carbon County School District Number 1 at Rollins Elementary School. I will say that that team is the team you want to have if there is ever going to be a zombie apocalypse. It was extremely focused and collaborative and professional. And I just want to add that the results of the survey that Dr. Ballard shared with you, the top two were the salary and the administrative support. And I believe that those two kind of go hand in hand, because if you're not feeling like you are supported, essentially a higher salary can compensate for that. right? You can go on another vacation, you could buy a nicer house, a nicer car. So in terms of that, when it was asked, and I apologize, I'm not sure which person said this, if a teacher was offered a higher position, would they leave? And the results were, I guess, steering towards no. I would beg to differ towards that because a lot of people that I know have been reached out by other areas, professions with higher salaries, and they are very tempted to go towards that. So we need to understand exactly what it will take to keep our teachers teaching. That is all I have. If there are any questions. Welcome.
Okay, now let Pat on. Pat, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. I haven't heard anybody bring up the factor on some of the responses. I totally agree. Compensation, we've got to continue to work on that, and support for our teachers and our administrators. But the one thing I think can be critical is all of the potential legislation that we saw, and certainly our teachers see, on penalizing librarians. No matter how you look at stuff, we can't be going after these educators and expect to retain them, let alone recruit. So we need a good work environment, and we need the support. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, seeing no further comment, we're adjourned.